Thank you so much for coming down to City Council this evening. I'm going to call the February 2nd, 2026 meeting of City Council to order at 6:05 p.m. And before we get started with the formal agenda, if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. Ms. Trimble, will you do a roll call, please?
I will. Good evening. Beginning with Anderson,
Present.
Becerra,
Present.
Campbell,
Here.
Krask,
Present.
Jones,
Present.
Jordan,
Present.
McCoy,
Here.
Melson,
Present.
Nugent.
Present.
Gotcha. Ponton,
Present.
Savage,
Present.
and Cheryl.
Present.
And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. We do have approval of minutes from January 26th, 2026. Any council questions or changes to those minutes? Okay, thank you. Then those minutes will remain as submitted. Before we carry on with our agenda, I wanted to check in here to see, we've got Chief Rash in the audience. We do have on our consent agenda confirmation of some officers and firefighters. Shall we move it? We're good. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and take care of that in our consent agenda. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Councilor Anderson. All right. Then next up on the agenda is a review of our upcoming committee schedule for the week, this coming Wednesday. Ms. Trimble, do we have any changes to the posted committee schedule for February 4th?
No changes since we posted it. It'll be a light day beginning after lunch.
Getting after lunch. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to special presentations and proclamations. We have no neighborhood council updates this evening, but we do have one proclamation. This proclamation is in conjunction with Missoula County. And I will go ahead and get started with that. Whereas in 1926, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History started a National Negro History Week in the second week of February, intentionally chosen because it fell between the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas following the civil rights movement and a growing awareness of Black identity, in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month, urging the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And whereas while African American people have never totaled more than 1% of the state's population, they have been in the place that would become Montana since the earliest days of non-Indigenous presence and contribute greatly to Montana's culture, economy, and religious life. And whereas Missoula County and the city of Missoula recognize Montana's Black history, spanning from the first documented arrival of enslaved Africans in 1805 as part of the Lewis and Clark expedition into the Aboriginal territories of the Salish and Kalispel people, and the publication of Montana's first Black newspaper, The Colored Citizen, in 1894. To the election of Geraldine Travis, the first African-American woman elected to the Montana legislature in 1974, and the election of the state's first Black mayor, Wilmot Collins, in 2017. And whereas Montana's Black history is reflected in Missoula through the bravery and valor displayed by the 25th Infantry Bicycle Corps, the United States' first unit of Black soldiers formed in 1896, to test the combat viability of bicycles, including an over 1,900-mile ride from Fort Missoula to St. Louis, Missouri. And whereas Missoula County and the city of Missoula are proud to join the state of Montana in recognizing the accomplishments and contributions of Black Americans who are part of the fabric of our nation, here in Montana and throughout America, both past and present. Now, therefore, we, the Missoula Board of County Commissioners and the Mayor of the city of Missoula, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as Black History Month, dated this 5th day of February 2026. Even though it's the 2nd today, it'll be official after the Board of County Commissioners adopts that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I know we don't have any speakers this evening toward that, so I'll go ahead and thank you all and move on to our next agenda item on our agenda, which is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. The first period of public comment on items not on the agenda is limited to 20 minutes total, with up to 3 minutes allotted per speaker. Each person may speak once per meeting concerning items not on the agenda. In-person comments take precedence. Sign-ups is required and follows a first-come, first-served basis. The second period of public comment on items not on the agenda will follow immediately after the conclusion of all regular business and continue until all comments have been taken. Thank you very much, Claire. Appreciate that. All right, we do have some folks that have signed up, again, for items that are not on the agenda. And the first person we have is James Crosby. James, come on up.
Thank you, Mayor. What's up, councilors? Mayor Davis, nice to see you. I'd like to comment tonight on what I voted for in voting for my representative. Ward 1, by the way, live downtown. Love it. Love Missoula. One thing that I want to talk about tonight is something that I learned at a training over at our beautiful library, which is that government was not designed to be efficient. Government was designed to be thorough. I showed up wondering why didn't things happen faster? And I was informed that in order to get the input from everybody that would be participating in the consequences of our decision, we couldn't move fast. We have to move in a way that is thorough. And it reminded me of what the Navy SEALs say. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And I think that's something interesting to talk about with the new counselors and with the returning counselors, which is that while people might be frustrated that things move slowly, if we move effectively and thoroughly, then people won't be upset at the result that we end up with, because everybody had a chance to weigh in. Everybody had a chance to talk. So I welcome your careful consideration for the items coming up, and personally, I don't mind if we move a little bit slowly in order to get everybody's thoughtful consideration and comments. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for representing me up here at this board.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening, James. All right, way to kick us off. Next up for public comment on items not on the agenda is Gwen Hoppy.
Gwen Hoppy is a tall guy. I was here last week and I talked about communication for public comment. And first I want to apologize if any of you took that personally, that I didn't think you were a good communicator. You're great communicators. My ward people responded to emails. Even somebody not in my ward came and spoke with me for, a good half hour about the topics. And I know there's like Engage Missoula, there's, and I do appreciate those neighborhood council meetings where you come and you talk and it's a conversation. It's hard to have a conversation with everybody. I mean, there's 5,000 households in my ward. I don't know what it is in your wards, but I think we could do something to reach out to the residents more, to get them to come forward, because they can write to you if they realize, if they're really motivated, but a lot of times it's all a bit confusing. For example, the current zoning thing we have going on right now. And I think, I don't know the answer, but I think if we did something like went out and randomly surveyed 50 people in your ward, knock on doors or however, whatever means, to say, do you understand, or do you know anything about zoning, the zoning that's happening? Do you know what could happen to your neighbors? Do you know what it means that, was that my, no, it's not. That's just a little ding out there. And so that's what I'm like to encourage. I don't know how exactly to do it, but I find a lot of people I run into, they have no idea. And it's like, yes, the newspaper's out there. I just watched a great news show on KFAX. I don't know if you saw, it was very entertaining, and it let people know a little bit what's out there. So, but at least I think we should try to reach out. It's called, like, for teachers, checking for understanding. Do 50 random people even know what it is? And if they don't, is it because they don't read the newspapers, or is it, I don't know what. So that's what I have to say for today, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments tonight, Gwen. All right, next public comment up is Jay Getz. Jay, come on up.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Davis and members of the Missoula City Council for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Speak a little closer to the microphone,
Oh,
Jay.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. It's okay. Thank you.
Oops.
Hey,
there
all
I
right.
broke.
Take it to the floor.
Is that better?
That's perfect.
I'd like to speak this evening in support of an amendment to the Missoula 2045 land use plan.
Jay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that is on the agenda this evening. And so
Okay.
I'll ask you to take a seat now because we have a time set aside for you to
For
share your
that.
comments. These are for comments that are not on the
Okay,
agenda.
Maybe I won't break the mic.
I think you warmed it up perfectly. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So next up for public comment on items not on the agenda is Suzette Dussault.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Suzette Dussault, and I want to talk about housing. I am here, I believe, for our working Missoulians who cannot be here tonight, who need affordable, not market rate housing. And this is an issue that is not a new issue. It's been an ongoing struggle for many, many Missoulians for over 30 years. For 20 to 30 years, we have been dealing with how to make Missoula affordable for our working families. So, in fact, in 2020, there was a housing report that identified several areas that were affordable, but were at risk of being gentrified or being no longer affordable. So it's the north side, the west side, the Franklin to the Fort. Those are areas where we presently have working families and they need to be supported. So what I am here to talk about is the city commitment to our young Missoula families and to providing a mechanism for supporting them. It's going to take it's going to take city vision. It's going to take city commitment. We are at a crisis, so we can no longer kick the can down the road. We need tax increment financing, such as we've done for commercial. We need to do that for housing. We need to pressure our banks to give low-interest loans to those young families who are the first-time buyers. We have to actually put city tax funding in tax dollars into maybe a low-interest subsidy account to help young families buy a home in Missoula or buy a condo or rent an apartment or do something. But it is time for the city to start doing something visionary outside the box. It may even include land trusts, the land that you have for sale. Perhaps that needs to be kept in land trust. Would be a wise investment for that. For that purpose. So anyway, thank you for listening tonight, and thank you for listening to our community. And I encourage you to think outside the box and come up with some inventive solutions, some inventive mechanisms for our young families to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzette. Okay. Next up for public comment is Donna Flannery? Donna Flannery? Did I get that right? Okay, great.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Donna Flannery. I live in Ward 3, and I want to speak to you today about the importance of transitioning our public parks to organic management and away from the use of pesticides for the safety of our citizens, particularly the most vulnerable, children. Many Americans learned about the undeniable link between pesticide exposure and the risk of Parkinson's disease a few weeks ago on an episode of Science Friday. But those of us who've been impacted by Parkinson's disease are already very familiar with this link. My father, Bill Flannery, a 20-year resident of Missoula, died of Parkinson's disease a year and a half ago. My family and I witnessed the devastating effects of the disease, which robbed him of both his mobility and his mind. My dad was very involved in civics in Missoula in his retirement. He served on the Missoula Air Quality Advisory Board, was a volunteer hospice chaplain, and a volunteer guardian ad litem, helping to represent children in the courts. His lifetime of healthful habits, eating well and running, should have given him a better last 10 years of his life, with the ability to enjoy his grandchildren and continue working to improve his community. My sister, who's also here tonight, recently reminded me that right before he got very sick with Parkinson's in 2014, he was working to get a playground built in a vacant lot on East Broadway so that the children who live in the apartment and condos out there would have some place to play, and he wasn't able to see that project through. Many pesticides are designed to be neurotoxic to insects, so it's unsurprising that they're also neurotoxic to us. Some of them are directly implicated in Parkinson's disease, and the others have not been properly tested and studied, so they should not be assumed to be safe. I also speak to you as a parent and as someone who teaches summer camps for Missoula's children, and many of which take place at public parks. I witness kids rolling around in the grass, getting their hands and faces in the grass, and picking their spilled lunches up and eating them from the grass. Grass is summer to kids, so we can't keep them out of it. Parkinson's is rapidly growing. Cases have grown exponentially in the last decade in the US, and Montana is no exception. The vast majority of cases are now understood to be caused by our environment, pesticides, and other chemicals in water, air, and food. If we can lower the terrible incidence of Parkinson's disease as well as other diseases caused by pesticides, including cancers, for Missoula's children, we have the responsibility to do so. And I'm not alone in asking for this. Please raise your hand if you support ending pesticide use in Missoula parks. I ask that the City Council create a timeline for this calendar year for transitioning all municipal parks and playing fields to pesticide-free spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, and I'm sorry about your father. Thanks for coming down this evening. Next up for public comment is Sarah Flannery.
You're getting the twins today. Hi, my name is Sarah Flannery, Ward 3 also, and I'm commenting today because I also wanted to encourage our city to manage our parks without the use of pesticides. Going off what my sister already said, there's a link between neurological disorders and Parkinson's and the use of pesticides. I wanted to add the financial costs, which some studies show averages around $50,000 for Parkinson's patients, but for my father it was much higher. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years that he suffered with the disease. Expenses including doctor's visits, PT, speech, durable medical equipment, and caregiver wages. He had to spend most of his life savings to pay for his care. I had a financial advisor tell me it's like the suite of, now I'm forgetting its exact terminology, but it's one of the most expensive things you can have to afford. Over 1 million people in the U.S. currently are living with Parkinson's, and it's on the rise. It's the fastest growing brain disorder in the world. But it is possible to create a world where Parkinson's disease is rare. We can eliminate one of the known risks by switching to pesticide-free management. GrowSafe Missoula has compiled information about how to manage our parks without the use of pesticides that are dangerous to our health and actually can save the city money doing so. Why should we accept such high financial and personal costs when prevention is possible? I ask that the City Council create a timeline this calendar year for transitioning all municipal parks and playing fields to pesticide-free spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate you coming down. All right, Katie Thompson, come on up.
Hi, my name's Katie Thompson, and I'm sorry about your dad. I would definitely support not using pesticides in the city. I get up every week and I keep coming back. It's kind of overlap with the UDC maybe being approved. So the Midtown Commons that the city purchased with public funds, at the first public meeting, it was basically presented what the developer was going to do. Not, and I think that's what Gwen's trying to get at is maybe more of a question and answer, because when you just set up the boards for people to walk around and see what's proposed, it's very disjointed. You don't really get to hear the questions other people are asking or their concerns. So maybe the format on that can change, guys, because I don't really feel like the public's feeling like they have input. And that was kind of why it was proposed, I felt like, is that you guys said that would give us more control over what happens there. Now with the UDC, if it gets approved, it's going to be with that code of what that property is, it's going to be unlimited density, unlimited. And already the park that's proposed, 1.3 acres, and I can't even say we want a park. We just want nature. We don't necessarily have to have it be mowed. You know, so if the city's worried about spending money on that, you know, I know when it came to the parks planning that we went to, one person asked, can we save one tree? And they would not even commit to that. So it's just kind of heartbreaking, to tell you the truth. We did go around and collect signatures enough to have another meeting, the Midtown Commons. We're going to have another public meeting on that. It will be on February 11th at 7 p.m. at the City Life Community Center. We have been walking the neighborhood. And a lot of people don't know. They've just got busy lives. I don't think it's because people don't care. And so I am wigging out a little bit over a lot of the amendments. I think if you find yourself, and I'm sorry this is overlap because you are addressing UDC, but also this development pertains to that. So unlimited density, minimizing activity areas and including patios and those areas as activity areas is just kind of dismal for quality of life. And I do have to say, you know, if our goal is preventing sprawl is going to happen. So let's just be cognizant of how you're doing it, because every city only ever gets bigger. So by minimizing the good stuff and maximizing density, I just think you have to balance.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Katie. All right, and last person signed up for public comment for items not on the agenda is Mary Sand. Mary, come on up. Is it okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, folks, that does wrap up our public comment for items that are not on the agenda. And so we'll go ahead and thanks for those that came down to make comment. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is our public hearings, amendments to the Our Missoula 2045 Land Use Plan and the Our Missoula Project, which is the adoption of the Unified Development Code and Zoning Map. The process by which we'll go here, the staff have a couple of amendments, and then we may be hearing from some counselors that also have some amendments this evening. And so how we'll go ahead and organize ourselves for this agenda item is we'll go ahead and we'll hear from our staff a brief presentation that includes just a summary of the process, only just here in January forward, not from the full 3-year process. And then hear those staff amendments and some detail on some additional comments that have been received in the last day or so. And then we'll go ahead and invite the public to come on up, and the public can comment on those amendments that were just discussed, as well as the full package, anything that's related to the Unified Development Code that'll be considered this evening. Then we'll bring it back to council for questions and deliberation. And then at the end of that, I'll ask that if there are any council members that have an amendment they would like to propose, that they do it at that time. And I'll remind you then. And then we'll go ahead and hear the motions, the motions that will be placed on the floor, and then we'll hear the amendments. And we'll take public comment then again, but only on the amendments that are proposed. Then the city council will have an opportunity for some additional Q&A, and then we'll vote on each amendment separately. And then when that is concluded, we will vote on the final package. Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with this agenda item. And I would ask that Director Pehan, if you'll go ahead and kick us off with the staff presentation, please.
Testing.
Is that on?
I think so.
Okay.
Apologies for
Eat
that.
the mic, yeah.
This is Ben Brewer speaking as loudly into the mic as I'm able to go here. And thanks for bearing with me. I'm here with our team today on the items in question. I just wanted to let you know, you may be wondering why am I talking and not Cassie. So I just wanted to let you know that unfortunately our project manager for bringing this through, Cassie Trepard, came down with something this weekend. She's unable to join us in person tonight. She may be virtually online, but maybe probably not that either. So as you know, Cassie is extremely familiar with the code, and we depend on her a lot for that. So we are at a bit of a loss tonight, and you may see us scrambling a little bit more to answer some of your questions, but we're going to do our best. Thanks for your patience on that. Tonight we are here to consider the final adoption of the Our Missoula project with agenda item 6.1, amendments to the Our Missoula 2045 land use plan, and item 6.2, the Our Missoula project adoption of the Unified Development Code and zoning map. All of the related materials to these items have been presented on previously, including the staff reports for each project, as well as various supporting materials, and that is all available on eScribe. As a quick summary, following opening the public hearing on January 12th, Council returned to committee work for almost full-day work sessions on January 14th and January 21st, which focused on continuing to hear public comment and working through amendments that councilors are considering. Council brought these items for the originally scheduled final consideration meeting last week on January 26th, which received more extensive public comment and continued to work through remaining council proposed amendments, and ultimately was continued on to another committee meeting the following Wednesday, January 28th. This time, not completely a full day, but close, and at which time council were successful in completing their consideration of the remaining amendments. The specific amendments proposed by council have been tracked and updated through various drafts of what we have been calling the council amendment tracker. The final updated version of that document, which lists all of the amendments proposed by councilors over the past few weeks and indicates which passed and did not, as well as modifications made on the floor, is attached to the record. And similarly, staff have consolidated all of the amendments to date that have been approved by council during committee work, and these are available through the agenda as well. Previously, amendments have been scattered between various documents and memos, so these consolidated sets should hopefully make it easier to track and understand what all amendments are on the floor tonight for council's final consideration. As part of the meeting discussion tonight, Staff would like to call your attention to items that we recommend to council to make a couple of final staff recommended amendments. The first of these relates to the Unified Development Code and is called out in the document that lists final city council approved amendments to the Unified Development Code as amendment number 1. Staff recommends this amendment to clarify that applications under the UDC may be submitted after adoption of the UDC. The permits can't be approved until after the effective date of the UDC, but it allows applications to be reviewed ahead of the effective date. The amendment also clarifies that pending applications submitted under Title 20, where the applicant wants to apply under the UDC, needs to be resubmitted under the new UDC. And we have an associated motion with that. And the other amendment is a map amendment that staff recommends council consider amending from what was previously considered in committee and is listed in the document that lists final city council approved zoning amendments as amendment number 27. And to speak more to that, I pass it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Ben.
Good evening, Erin Pahan with CPDI. While we were assessing the impact of council's adopted amendment to downzone the Aspire subdivision from urban residential 3 to limited urban residential 2, we determined that this action would prevent the applicant from completing the project as proposed and approved by council. The limited urban residential 2 district allows up to 4 units per building. Phase 6 of the Aspire subdivision proposes the construction of several missing middle apartment buildings containing 8 to 10 units per building. Through council deliberation, we understood council's intent was to downzone the parcel while also allowing the subdivision to proceed as approved. If our understanding of that is correct, we have identified a solution that we feel meets that intent. We recommend council move to change the zoning map designation for the Aspire subdivision parcel from urban residential 3 to urban residential 2. Given the parcel is already in an urban residential high place type, this action would also remove the need for a land use plan amendment. When comparing limited urban residential 2 to urban residential 2, it maintains a similar FAR standard for under 5 units, and FAR speaks to how big of a building can be built on a parcel. It only has a slight increase of 0.10% for 6 or more units, or 0.10 for 6 or more units. This change addresses many, but not all, of the concerns that were expressed by community members. However, we wanted to provide this as a feasible alternative in alignment with the intensity of many other developed parcels in the East Missoula area today. We also wanted to mention that we have heard concerns from the public about the amendment discussions that happened during the work session last Wednesday, and about this being on the agenda for discussion tonight as well, and about that not following our public legal process. We wanted to assure the public that discussing these items in committee and on the floor at council, even when a vote occurs that night, is in alignment with both the legal process and our public participation plan as it's outlined in the Montana Land Use and Planning Act. We also want to discuss one more area that we don't have a motion on, but that we recently became aware of. On Friday, we were alerted through public comment to a concern in Article 4.14 of the sign chapter of the UDC. As currently written, the sign language could be interpreted to mean that if the city rezones or annexes a property, an existing non-conforming billboard could be forced to come down. That interpretation could create a concern about takings or vested right concerns for that property owner. So we agree that we need a specific fix for this section, and especially as it applies to billboards. And we are committed to addressing that early in phase 2. The business that submitted public comment offered to sit down and work with us through that chapter. And so we plan to take them up on that and sit down soon to start to work through that potential fix.
Okay, thank you both very much for the overview and those updates. That's very helpful. And so with that, we'll go ahead and open up our first period of public comment. Again, public comment is on the full package for the Unified Development Code and Land Use Plan update amendments. And that would also include the couple of amendments that were just referenced. And so I'm going to go ahead and start our public comment, but I'm going to invite Jay Getz to come on up first, since Jay, I know you have your comments prepared, and we'll start our public comment period now.
Well, let's see if we can do it the right way this time. Thank you, Mayor Davis. Thank you, members of the Missoula City Council, for the opportunity to speak this evening in support of an amendment to the Missoula 2045 Land Use Plan. On Engage Missoula website, I've reviewed place types mapping and final adoption draft. I've also submitted comments through the interactive module, emailed staff, attended open houses, and participated in public meetings where we were invited and our thoughts were considered. I understand the public participation plan appropriately focuses input on citywide land use policies rather than individual projects. Under the Montana Land Use Planning Act, Senate Bill 382, opportunities like this are critical. And, direct input on site specific projects are limited. By the way of the context, we purchased bare land at 2403 River Road in June of 2019. We were one of the first projects to actually go through the design excellence review, thanks to Ben. Following the process, the City Council granted us conditional approval use in August of 2020. We received permitting nearly a year later for this project in July of 2021. In total, it took about 27 months to get the process completed. During that time, keep in mind that we had COVID. We had rising interest rates. We had increased construction costs, and all of that, totaled about $1.1 million more in costs, which made our financial commitment go over budget by about $200,000 a year. So we, had to put the project on hold. But, your change and downgrading of the zoning at 2403 River Road would actually halt our project. And it's also based on some inaccurate characterizations of the area. Is that my buzzer?
Jay, that is 3 minutes, so we're at the end of your comments, but if you wish to submit anything this evening to staff, you're welcome to, and I'm certain that council may ask some follow-up questions, so if you'll stick around, that would be helpful. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else wishing to make public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, good evening. My name is James Crosby, Ward 1. I would like to anchor my comment in an analogy and revisit the Super Bowl of 2015 when the Seattle Seahawks faced the New England Patriots. Down by 4 on the 1-yard line, the Seattle Seahawks decided to throw the football. It was intercepted, and the Patriots won. Changing up the play on the 1-yard line was a mistake for the Seattle Seahawks, and changing up our approach for the UDC is a mistake for Missoula. In the last 2 weeks, I've watched the minutes of the meetings. I haven't been able to attend. And as the chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Board, I thought for sure that as appointed by the mayor, a person to advise the city, I would have a chance with the board to discuss many of the changes that were being proposed. But to see that this heavily amended, sloppy copy is up for a vote now is shocking and is a little bit of a slap in the face to the people who have taken their time to comment and attend meetings and to peruse the boards that were set up in gymnasiums. This is not a plan that people understand, this is not a plan that is ready to be voted on. I also want to revisit 2008 and the envisioned Missoula plan, which highlighted a need for housing and a desire for infill. People talked about what they wanted the city to look like. At that time, the plan was deemed too expensive. We didn't go through with it, and here we are facing the same problems that we knew we would face in 2008. If we continue to kick the can of consequences down the line, future generations are going to be furious with us. The people want a higher quality of life, not just a higher quantity of life. So now, as fate would have it, the city of Missoula and the Seattle Seahawks have a chance to redeem themselves and learn from our past mistakes. The UDC has been in the works for years. To change up and shoot from the hip over the last 2 weeks and vote on a heavily amended draft without full clarity of what it means for the public and for developers would be a mistake. So please give us a clean copy. This is our deadline. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. We're on the 1 yard line, folks. Let's not blow it now. Thank you.
Thank you, James. All right, anybody else for public comment on this agenda item? Come on up.
Mayor Davis, council members, I'm Andrew Hurst. I am an East Missoula resident. And I'll start with the end first, so in case I get cut off, I want to make sure that once again, I thank all of you for your hard work on this effort and for your consideration of my request on behalf of East Missoula residents. And I trust that you will do the right thing this evening by allowing the amendments related to East Missoula Aspire, as approved by council members last Wednesday, to stand. The final approved zoning map amendments documented in today's hearing agenda indicates that only one of these council approved amendments, number 27, pertaining to the Aspire parcel near the East Missoula neighborhood, has received a change recommendation by staff. Change the place type to urban residential low, URL, and zone to UR2 from the limited urban residential LUR and LUR2 place type and zone specified in the approved amendment. So here we are again, another Hail Mary moment thrust upon East Missoula residents who are as concerned about the place type values assigned to the non-annexed portions of East Missoula as they are about the Aspire parcel. Our fear and the appearance is that the zoning applied to Aspire has driven staff's place type decisions for the rest of East Missoula, when it should have been the other way around. Last Friday, I received from County Planning, Development, and Sustainability a table that provides their cross-reference map of the county land use LUE designations to future land use planning city place types under consideration in August of 2024, which they provided to the Our Missoula project team as part of their comments on the future land use plan document in play at that time. I attached a copy of that cross-reference table in an email I sent to all city council members this afternoon. Urban residential high was not among any of the future land use place type values mapped to county land use elements that county provided to the Our Missoula team in August of 2024. Urban residential low, however, was mapped to county's live make neighborhood land use element, which is not currently in the map for the East Missoula. And there is the live make property there that we're concerned about. The glaring questions I have asked council members that continue to hang in the air are, besides the annexation of the Aspire parcel into East Missoula in August of 2024, what else changed in East Missoula that warranted the dramatic shift of place type from neighborhood mixed use, which had been envisioned for the East Missoula from 2015 to August of 2024, to urban residential high in the, well, previously current future land use zoning map? As East Missoula is out of jurisdiction for city zoning per figure 32 of the future land use plan document, what profiling data and current criteria for East Missoula neighborhoods drove the Our Missoula team to determine that urban residential high was the correct place type to apply to the same light brown ochre area of East Missoula? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All right. Next person up for public comment on this agenda item.
Well, I am Bruce Baxter. I thank the council for your vote on Aspire to amend Aspire from urban residential high UR3 to low urban residential LUR2, We still need to correct the place type of the core of East Missoula. The city turned up the heat on both Aspire and the core of East Missoula when you changed our original zoning of maximum 4 units per acre to UR3. The staff's 2025 quick brush of UR3 onto East Missoula is a huge jump from the county zoning, the 2015 designation, and the actual land use. Our neighborhood grid block pattern is not compact. Our housing numbers are not compatible with UR3. We are completely infilled, so we are not using more city amenities or services. East Missoula Fire is correcting the language of their levy request and putting it on the ballot again this spring to improve our fire department. The problem is, if another landowner, such as Aspire, applies for annexation, they are instantly zoned UR3, which doesn't match the infill. They'll zone that tomorrow. It is inappropriate to build 3-story apartments next to door to 1-story homes, looking down into our windows, blocking the sun from solar heating our houses, melting the snow off of our driveways, shining on our gardens and lawns, blocking our views, and adding the new traffic jam onto our unimproved streets. When I discuss the city's zoning of East Missoula with my neighbors, everyone brings up that they're appalled by the new man-made canyon of now 16 multi-story housing complexes along both sides of East Missoula's Main Street, with more planned blocking our views of the mountains and now building right into the side of Mount Jumbo. And now here's the city singling out and place typing our residential neighborhood alone as high density. The amenities, services, access, and infrastructure are miles away. It is clear the staff did not consider the last-minute comments from the East Missoula residents. UR3 is not appropriate for Aspire, and it's even less appropriate for East Missoula. Let's correct this now so we don't have to go through this all again. The Ben Hughes Easy Street addition immediately to our west has 1-story houses, matching lot sizes, distance to service and amenities, and is designated LUR1. I asked the council to amend the land use plan, correct and change the place type and map of the core of East Missoula to LUR1 as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next person up for public comment on this agenda item. Come on up.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Kirsten Miller. I live on West Sussex in Missoula. I want to thank Council Member Nugent for the thoughtful response to my earlier email and for clarifying the intent behind the recent amendment to the mixed-use zones, which I'm talking about. For those who don't know me, I grew up here in Missoula and recently moved back. I'm an urban planner with a nonprofit that has partnered with communities across the U.S. and internationally to address urban challenges. I've seen firsthand how thoughtful urban design can transform places into vibrant, connected communities that benefit everyone. I've also seen the opposite, when new housing and density is added without strong walkability and urban design standards. It often leads to isolation in neighborhoods where residents feel less safe and disconnected from one another. Studies show that improving walkability by enhancing streetscape design with elements like frontages, better lighting, and more inviting building interfaces leads to significant crime prevention and increased public safety and health. It's important to acknowledge that walkability is not just about sidewalks and street trees. It's also about how the buildings interact with the public realm, with people moving around. So the removal of urban design standards in mixed-use zones 1, 2, and 3 risks creating more gaps in the urban fabric that will undermine safety and walkability for the new residents moving into affordable housing in these areas. I understand the need for flexibility, and I agree that phase 2 is the right time to refine the standards and develop context-sensitive tools. Many cities are facing similar challenges and have successfully implemented flexibility variances and alternative compliance paths that allow for creative solutions while maintaining the integrity of walkability and good urban design. Missoula can and should start this work right away in phase 2 to ensure that our approach reflects the unique needs of our community. And so I thank you very much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Kirsten. All right, next public comment. Come on up. Come on up. You bet. And you can start queuing up. Absolutely. We don't want to necessarily have a whole bunch of time in between because we have a lot of people to hear from tonight. Appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. My name is Allie Carley, and I'm with Lamar Advertising. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank city staff and the council for taking the time to reconsider and holding off on approval on Article 4.14.03A3. A2 tonight. I appreciate that. We appreciate you working with the stakeholders regarding this, regarding the taking of any valuable property. And so we do appreciate that and look forward to the chance to have those discussions with you guys. I also just want to reiterate that we work with so many nonprofits here in your community, and we work with so many different businesses here in your community that want to advertise. They want to bring people into their businesses. They want to bring people into their nonprofits. They want to make their needs aware in this community. We are an amazing channel to communicate on. And one note from someone tonight about how communication is incredibly important in your community. I think that that's something we can work with you on to help communicate what you guys are trying to put out there for your city right now and the plans that are coming up. We have space available to work with you on that so you can communicate on those channels and get the message out there. We in Montana spend a lot of times in our cars, right? This is a large state. We do a lot of traveling, whether it's for personal reasons, your children's events, work, whatever it may be. We spend a lot of times in cars. And our channel of communication is an incredible way to reach your constituents on a regular basis. So again, I just wanted to reiterate and thank you for taking that into consideration tonight. I just wanted to highlight a couple other things that we do, not only working with the local nonprofits and businesses, we also network into the Amber Alert system if my child went missing. I mean, I'm a mom. I want to hope to God my kid's face is on everything, the news, the radio, TV, Facebook, whatever it may be. And that's something we do work with. So if there is a child missing, we lock into that National Amber Alert system for digital boards. We also work with the National Weather Service. So heaven forbid there's an emergency, we also put that on our channel as well to communicate in the communities that we're within. So again, just wanted to reiterate that and appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Did I get it right? Alikari?
What now? Sorry.
Your name again?
Allie Carley.
Allie Carley.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you
like
very
the
much.
female Ricky Bobby, so.
Thanks, Allie. Appreciate that. All right. Next public comment. Come on up.
Thank you. I'm Lee Bridges from East Missoula. I want to start by sincerely thanking you for the vote you took last Wednesday. For many of us, for the first time in a long time, that we felt seen, represented, and heard, actually heard by this body. East Missoula residents have shown up to meetings, written comments, and tried to engage in this process in good faith for years. Too often decisions affected our neighborhood have felt pre-decided with outcomes that didn't reflect our reality or our concerns. Your vote last week changed that. It told us that our voices mattered and that the city's own planning standards and public input still mean something. That's why the staff recommendation to undo your decision is not just frustrating, it's upsetting. What we are hearing now feels like an about-face driven not by new information, not by public safety, not by the city's adopted methodology, but by pressure to accommodate a single developer whose project doesn't fit the zoning you adopted. That's hard to swallow, especially because this council has already downzoned or adjusted place types in other parts of Missoula, neighborhoods with better infrastructure, better transit access, more amenities, and fewer constraints, specifically in response to public comment. When those neighborhoods spoke up, their concerns were respected. East Missoula deserves the same respect. Our neighborhood has real constraints: limited road access, aging infrastructure, no sidewalks, no transit, and physical barriers like the river, the interstate, and Mount Jumbo. Those facts didn't change over the weekend. The city's amenity and constraint map didn't change. The public record didn't change. The only thing that seems to have changed is who the staff is listening to. Reversing a decision that finally aligns the land use map and zoning with East Missoula's reality sends a clear and painful message. Our voices matter less when they conflict with a development proposal. We are asking you to stand by the decision you already made, not out of stubbornness, but out of fairness, consistency, and respect for the community that lives with the consequences. Last Wednesday, you restored some trust. Please don't take it back. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Lee. Thanks for coming down for your comments. And folks that are standing in the back, there are some chairs over here in the back on my far right if you wish to take a seat this evening. Come on in. Next for public comment. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you again for tabling the issue on the billboards. I'm Eric Sweet. I'm with Lamar Advertising. I'm our real estate manager. I do represent a lot of the landowners in the community, working with them for leases to be able to put the structures on their property. And it's a found income for them, that adds value to their property. Not only if they sell it, but like if they go to their bank to get financing for property improvements, things to beautify their property, they can use that income that was found for their property to be able to do those type of things. Again, we thank you for tabling this. When I found online the proposed draft for the UDO, most of it actually was really well done. There were just a couple sticky points in there, which is what had prompted the letter. And I don't know if everybody here is familiar with billboards. Obviously, there's a difference between on-premise signage and off-premise signage. So we're specifically the off-premise sign portion of that. And so mostly what's well done in this is that, it addresses issues that are pretty uniform with most ordinances nationwide. The issue specifically that we had heartburn over was the Article 14 or 4.14 billboard sign number 3, and then the number 2 item on that, which was to any property that was annexed into the city or rezoned to any of the following zoning designations would require the billboard to be removed. That would be essentially a taking of our property. So what I wanted to be clear with what we're asking for is just to strike that line item, and so our property can't be taken. We're not in any way asking for anything else in this. We're not asking for an increase in size, no new billboards. We're just asking to let us keep our property and not increase any nonconformity in no way. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Eric. Now, any other member of the public wishing to make comment on tonight's agenda?
Hi, my name is Jessie Hyatt. I'm also here representing Lamar Advertising. I'm the local sales rep here in Missoula, so I'm boots on the ground with our team here. So I just want to say thank you for hearing us out. Thank you for reconsidering the amendment for Article 4.14. Billboards in Missoula are almost entirely occupied by local advertisers. In fact, our office in Montana just set a record for the proportion of purely local sales to national sales, surpassing all other offices across Lamar. This means that we drive business within our local community. While Lamar is national, we operate independently as a local business. We have one main office and our satellite office here in Missoula. And a total of 15 employees that live and work in Montana, 3 of us here in Missoula. Each of us care about the success of our partners, and we work hard to make a positive impact in our communities. I have relationships with many local business owners, and I'm an active participant in local events with the Chamber, Young Professionals, Missoula Midtown. I'm out there every week talking to people and listening to their needs. The ordinance, as it is written, would limit local media advertising available to members of our community and can almost guarantee that by limiting those options, advertising dollars will go straight into digital, social media, big tech, and be filtered out of our community and direct economy. Conversely, our billboard campaigns encourage community members to seek out goods and services directly from their neighbors. Our business model is based on the principle of leaving our communities better than we found them. We support a number of PSA and nonprofit campaigns, as Allie stated in her comment earlier. And we volunteer with local organizations. We recently volunteered to assemble dozens of sandwiches for Hope Rescue Mission. And I myself am putting together a program to recycle some of our vinyl material to help our unhoused communities. I have only been here in Missoula for 2 years, but I love this city and make a concerted effort to leave a positive impact here. We have advertisers that have run very successful campaigns and helped bring support for vital community projects like the YMCA's new Russell Street campus, which is one of the Missoula's largest nonprofit capital campaigns, or Run Wild Missoula, which brings thousands of people here from all over the country every year, and Whitefish Credit Union that just launched a huge campaign for the opening of their new branch and who's a major sponsor for many local organizations. The landscape of billboards in Missoula is received positively by most everyone I engage with. Because of these reasons, I'd like to strongly state my opinion that the ordinance as is should not pass. And I think it will be harmful to business owners and community members in Missoula, and I would request amendment to this article and just reinforce that. So thank you very much for hearing me out, and I think I just made my time.
You did great. Thanks, Jesse. All right. Next public comment on this agenda item. Come on up.
Hi, Colin Lane. I just wanted to say a moment of appreciation for how much work has been done thus far. This zoning code represents a big step from point A to point B. Point B, I think our community is largely in alignment on what that looks like. It's more walkable. It has parks, it has trees, it has housing that people can actually afford, and it has some density, some urbanness to it in the core. And where my colleagues and I, the community has been engaged in a lively discussion, as you know. I've been engaged in a lively discussion with all of you as well. And we may not always agree on how to get from point A to point B, but we do agree generally on what point B looks like. And I really appreciate the words that I keep hearing from council and our mayor and our staff about the word "yet" that we still have to do. And that might feel exhausting. It certainly does to me at times. But to me, I'm looking forward to that continued dialogue. We do have work to do. And the cup is half full to me. And I look forward to continuing the dialogue to make that walkable, urban, affordable community that we all want. And I look forward to filling that half full cup with all of you and all of the people behind me and all of the people, great people who work at the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. All right, next public comment. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Matt Clyde, and I own Premier and Art Outdoor Advertising, which is a sign company here in Montana, a local sign company. And I just I came over from Bozeman, which is a real difficult place to be a Grizz fan, by the way. But I wanted to just kind of jump in, and I agree with the folks from Lamar, have brought up all the same points that I had planned on talking about tonight, but we didn't realize that the code has already been talked about being amended. So I wanted to just say thank you for taking another look at that before just getting that approved. One important point that I want to point out, my company is truly local to Montana right here. I was born and raised here. I am a Grizz fan, but this is third generation of my business sitting right behind me. The way the code is written right now, it does say that billboards that are existing could be forcefully taken down in certain situations, which means you're taking a livelihood from a local business. We can't have that happen. That's fundamentally and morally wrong to do something like that. We want to carry on a family business as long as we possibly can. So I just wanted to get up and say thank you for giving the opportunity to review that before just getting it approved tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Matt. Next public comment. Come on up.
Eli Harmon, I'm from East Missoula. I just want to echo everything some of my previous neighbors have said about the Aspire subdivision. For that, I want to applaud all the work you guys have done. Getting that changed to what it really should be for that area, the LUR2 and the land zoning, to keep it same format that really the rest of East Missoula is. But the other thing I want to add here is with what we've already heard tonight, where it's now being presented back to you to switch it back to high density. It really concerns me that that's even being thrown back at you guys to consider. If you also take into consideration our proclamation that this city is standing by, brought up last week, about corporations are not human beings. Money is not speech. What I heard tonight, and probably everybody else paying attention heard, well, the reason we want to put that back to high density is to appease a corporation. Big, deep pocket money developer, not even from our state. And I'm not talking, I made the comment last week, referencing developers. I'm not talking about our small local developers who have built this town, built this valley in small increments. I'm talking about the big corporation ones. They don't show their face here. Nobody knows who they are. They don't care what Montana's going to end like when they're done. They're going to collect their money. They're going to develop it as big as they can and be on to the next place. So when I hear that the reason behind trying to make it force all of you or encourage all of you to change back from what you've already designated to be LUR2 for East Missoula is the purpose to help this developer because that's what they've submitted to you for their plans, you can change the plans. The plans can be changed. We're not saying stop developing. We're saying keep it appropriate for the area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Eli. Next public comment, come on up.
Hi there, my name is Johnny Liston, and I just want to say thank you to council members, mayor. I am a Montana resident, although I am from Butte. I am an Ore Digger fan. So I am here with Yesco Outdoor Media and just offering our support for any kind of help in regards to this billboard initiative. I am the Montana Real Estate Director, and I've also helped out cities like Coeur d'Alene whenever they had any kind of like sign code adoption, anything like that. We've been willing to offer our services. So we're definitely here to help out Lamar as well as Premier and Art. And what I would suggest is when anything like this comes up, if you guys can coordinate with us. We just found out about this on Friday, and it is kind of difficult to kind of rally the troops and come here. So if we can set up maybe like an email thread, something like that, who's ever in charge of sign code, that would be awesome. I did just have a project going on in Missoula County where I was speaking with a couple of their sign code directors, and it was very easy, and they actually called me for some advice and guidance. So that'd be awesome if you guys could do that. That's all I got.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you very much, Johnny. All right, next public comment.
Good evening, Honorary Mayor, City Council members. First and foremost, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name's Bob Alvarez. I am with Yesco Outdoor Media. We're a billboard operator here in the city of Missoula. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to revisit this ordinance that we're all speaking about tonight, and that Yesco would absolutely like to take part in that decision making. We've done this with other cities, and we'd love to be able to do that here in Missoula. So again, thank you so much, and we look forward to the opportunity working with you on this project.
Thank you for your comments, Bob. Next public comment, come on up, and we can go ahead and help you with that. I'll look to maybe somebody on the staff table, if you could help me with the microphone, or one of the officers. If you could help me with the microphone, please. Thank you. There you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much.
And
Thank you.
it's a shock to me.
Sir, can I have your name first, please?
Ernie Pollock, and I have Able Outdoor Advertising here locally, and I was born and raised here in Missoula, and you know, I started from scratch building my outdoor advertising business, and I just hope that we can keep things preserved so that you don't take stuff away from people without just compensation, so I'm thankful that you've made changes and are looking at making changes in the ordinance so that happens. That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Next public comment. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Penny. I'm with Able Outdoor Advertising. I didn't have anything prepped today. We learned about this just in the last couple of days, but I did want to reiterate, we are a small local business, and we mostly support all small local businesses. We don't hardly go outside of that. Our family is supported on our business here in Missoula, and we appreciate any kind of, keeping of the property that we have. So, thank you.
Penny, thanks for your comments this evening. All right, Sarah, come on up. Public comment.
Oh, it's been a long time. My name is John Ballas, but I also go by another name, Jack Ballas, the Quiet Agitators. I have lived in East Missoula for 55 plus years, and I've been a resident of Missoula since 1942. And okay, I've been seeing, I'm sorry, I just have to get a little, slow down here a little bit. For 55 years, I've been a resident of East Missoula and have seen and been involved in many changes in East Missoula. And when changes involve the welfare of East Missoula residents, you can rile up the troops. When we did the sewer system at Summers property, which was a high topic in our discussions, we knew that there was eventually major building in the area. We were not against development. When a developer presented the Aspire subdivision, the number of units were unbelievable. The residents of East Missoula were rallied up. East Missoula has been known to stand together. The past few weeks, East Missoula has had its presence at several city meetings concerning the Aspire subdivision. Last Wednesday afternoon, the City Land Use Planning Committee had 2 amendments that were approved to bring the Aspire subdivision into the alignment of the East Missoula citizens. And I'd like to thank the 7 members of the committee that voted for those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Jack, appreciate you coming down. All right, next public comment. Anybody else for public comment on this agenda item tonight? No.
I'm Mary Sand. I'm with Common Good, Missoula. I'm here with a brief thank you. I want to thank the city staff, the city council, and the mayor for the hard work you've done on the Unified Development Code. I want to thank you for balancing the need for affordable housing with climate, justice, and neighborhood equity. I encourage you to pass the UDC this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for coming down, Mary. All right. Who else for public comment? Come on up.
Hi, Lisa Davey, CEO, Common Good Missoula. And I wanted to say thank you, a big thank you to city staff, especially the CDPI staff, and to city council, both the city council that was here 3 years ago and all the versions in between, and to former Mayor Hess and current Mayor Davis. We recognize that this Unified Development Code was a significant undertaking and translates the land use plan into specifics and reduces redundancy and contradictions that developed over time, as can happen with incremental change. We started with you over 3 years ago and know that while not every resident was able to participate, many thousands Missoulians did, and it was a much larger engagement than typically happens on a project like this. On behalf of all 23 member organizations representing approximately 10,000 Missoulians called Common Good Missoula, we want to commend the commitment to place, to justice, to climate, and more affordable housing, and the compromises that were wisely and sometimes toughly found in this process. This long, hard work is the spade work of democracy. Thank you for engaging in it with us, and we encourage you to keep the East Missoula Down Zone and adopt the UDC tonight after addressing the signs. We look forward to working on affordability and universal design incentives in phase 2 with you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thanks for all the efforts of Common Good. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Anybody else for public comment on the Unified Development Code?
Hi, my name's Katie Thompson. Just one thought is last best place. And I'm not sure that some of the decisions this last week on the amendments are really true to why we're all here. If you're proposing the unlimited density with the UDC code in some areas for development, but you're also cutting back activity areas, it just seems like it's for the developers that you would even consider decks and patios to be activity areas, as well as minimizing green space and minimizing landscaping requirements. It just feels heartbreaking. I also, in my novice, AI says affordability for housing. We live in the most desirable place, period. I think everybody that lives in Montana feels that way. So I have to say, I don't know unless you build in to the affordability, it's going to be a thing for people, even with apartments. In my Googling, I found IZ, which I have not seen anywhere in the UDC code, which is inclusionary zoning. It allows municipalities to have new affordable housing constructed without taxpayer subsidies. In order to encourage for-profit developers to build projects that include affordable units, cities often allow developers to build more total units, which is what you're proposing. Then they're currently, anyway, let me skip ahead. Inclusionary zoning can be mandatory or voluntary, but I would say make it mandatory, please. Though the great majority of the units have been built as a result of mandatory programs, these are variations among the set-aside requirements. So putting a percentage of units set aside for low-income residents with affordability levels, what income level is considered low income, and the length of time the unit is deed restricted as affordable housing. Another goal of inclusionary zoning is to build mixed income communities rather than having poor households concentrated in specific city neighborhoods. So why are we not having our developers, if we're giving them unlimited density in these areas, can we have IZ? It just seems logical. And I'm not a city planner. I'm just kind of someone who's learning this by fire, but it's like, why? Why isn't this a thing? And can we not pass it tonight and look at having this be part of it, especially if you're moving to unlimited density? It just looks like it would give us a better mix of people within an area. And like I said, I just think Montana's always going to be more and more, we know, people come in with cash and buy a
Thank you, Ms.
Montana.
Thompson. Do you want to clarify now?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment and answer that last comment. Inclusionary zoning actually was outlawed by the state legislature 3 sessions ago, and it was a bad decision then, and it's a bad decision now. I could talk about the pros and cons of that. I would love to meet sometime, but it's actually not a tool that we have. But I appreciate you passionately explaining it. I felt it was worth pointing that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Any additional public comment on this agenda item?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking the time today. I recognize that you guys have dedicated a ridiculous amount of time to this. And for what you guys get paid, it's damn near voluntary. So I recognize that. So thank you. I'm up here to ask you guys to reconsider the vote on Wednesday in the Land Use Planning Committee to redo the Spire subdivision for the land plan. And then also to change from UR3 to LUR2. A few things, I know that I haven't been here, a few things for that. I haven't seen any recommendations from staff to change that. The other thing is that was voted just a year ago. The land use plan was voted and approved, having the urban high residential for that area. So I kind of figured that would stay through. And then also none of the agendas have really shown that this was going to be a voting topic in the future. Otherwise, we'd have probably been here to talk a little more about it. So I apologize, I haven't been here. One last thing, since that does affect one single owner, I would hope in the future that if that is the case, we can at least send a notice out to that single owner. Because I know if you guys had land and somebody was voting on going backwards or changing existing policy, that you would hope that you would get a notification on that as well. But
Regardless of that, I will say that leaving the current urban residential high for Aspire makes a lot of sense. If you look at what the urban residential high land use and plan says, it's, complete blocks, compact grid, pedestrian to all amenities within the development. And Aspire has that. There's a sidewalk to every front door. There's a sidewalk to both the parks. The half a mile of new Riverfront Park, there's sidewalks, multiple sidewalks at that point that connect into a bike path that with one crossing at Deer Creek, you can ride a bike from Aspire. The only place you get on the street is across the river at Deer Creek, and you can ride to Grisgame, you can ride downtown. So the idea that it doesn't meet urban residential high in the land use plan is not true. It actually meets it to a T. I know that East Missoula doesn't, but East Missoula is staying as urban residential high, where you're changing the one that does fit it better. So I ask you to reconsider. One of the other things to look at is the density. It's not going to change the density of Aspire. It's just the way we can do building types. So even at LUR2 at a 0.8 FAR, there's 36 acres, 1.5 million square feet. At a 0.8, that gives you 1.2 million square feet of building. At 2,000 square feet a unit, that's 627 units still allowed even at LUR2 if the plan was just to be scrapped and start over. We don't want to do that. We would like to build exactly what's been approved. And then we would like to build up to 10 plexes. One reason we had those 10 plexes, if you remember right from the presentation, was to block noise from I-90. So those are all, sorry. Thank you. And just please listen to your expert staff.
And would you just provide your name for the record, please?
Brian Throckmorton.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Brian. Thank you. All right, additional public comment on this agenda item. Okay, I'm not seeing any in the audience. I know I do have someone online. Come on up.
Gwen Hoppy. I always say I stand with East Missoula. And I also stand with, I wish I could, that really tall guy, funny guy, who's up there, saying, let's slow down. And because a lot of amendments have just happened recently, and I don't think a lot of people understand them. I just think they need to sit on the table for like at least a week. So I would say put that off just a little bit. You've done a great job. I know you've been at it a long time, but just these last changes I think need to be digested. And I mean, there's things like changing the max density on UR 1, 2, and 3. Like, do those people know what that's going to mean to their neighborhood? Do they get to weigh in on it? It's just happened so quickly. So I'm looking forward to part 2, where we can work on the details of this, accessibility, and maybe change a few things. But thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Gwen. All right, come on up.
Hi, my name is Jana Richter. I am, pardon me. I am in Ward 3. I'm speaking as a renter and an organizer. I'm feeling really moved in the room tonight. I think that it's obvious that a lot of people really want affordable, connected communities. They want to be able to hold on to really precious lives that we are all so lucky to be afforded here in Missoula. Missoula is an incredible place to live. It has grown really fast. We know that it's anticipated that 37,000 people are going to move here by 2045. That's, yes, people from out of state, but also people who moved from the Bitterroot, or people who moved from Billings, or people who left because they got displaced and it's not affordable here and they want to move back really bad. It's a lot of different people who want to build a life here. And when we think about all the things that takes, it goes so far beyond zoning. I think so many of the conversations we're having on this mic are not about zoning. It's about not wanting corporate developers who don't care about people and who don't want to build the things that people want coming here and taking up land and building brutalist architecture and doing the things that people don't want. And unfortunately, restrictive zoning does not prevent that. Honestly, it makes it easier for people who have more skin in the game to do the things that they're going to do. We need a lot of different kinds of policies to prevent the exploitation of renters from big corporate landlords. We need a lot of things to build walkable, connected, safe, affordable streets. And, you know, some of that does sometimes include building up and building in and making it easier to build small businesses in every neighborhood. But I would urge you to pass this UDC today and recognize, yes, we have a lot of iterations, but right now we need to make it easier to build out of our dire housing shortage. And we also need air in the room to talk about other things that we need to be passing in Missoula right now, like a tenant right to counsel, you know, like other kinds of affordability mechanisms, like incentivizing, you know, permanently affordable housing in Missoula. I mean, right now, we know projects that are awesome, like Rivara, take years and years to build. The projects people love take years to build. And in the meantime, we need to make it easier for people to live in the places they're in. We need to make it easier for people to survive here. And we need to make it easier for developers that are local to build creatively, flexibly, make it easier for families who want to build a triplex in their backyard so they can have multi-generational community on their plot do so, even if that means they don't want, you know, certain standards in their backyard. We need a lot of it. And I hope that you pass it today and continue to be in conversation about what connectivity really means here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jana. Additional public comment from members in the audience. All right, not seeing anybody jump to their feet, so I'll go ahead and get folks online. Oh, come on up.
So I have a deal to make with you guys. How about we go back and we reduce West Side Heights just from 6 stories to a more neighborhood-friendly 3 stories with design standards. And I know the 2023 and 2025 legislators kind of, and Mr. Gianforte's Housing Task Force kind of maybe put a kibosh on any restrictions on what developers can do. But anyway, but I would love to see design standards to integrate with the historic integrity of that neighborhood, a very working family neighborhood. North Side, from 4 to 3 stories. Franklin to the Fort, go back to the drawing board and reduce the stories from 4 to 3. The Lower Rattlesnake, I think the 3 stories is great, but it begs the question, where are you going to put these 3-story buildings? You're going to have to scrape housing to build in the Lower Rattlesnake. And in our downtown and hip strip, the heart of our community, which we claim as the soul and the heart of Missoula, who we are as Missoulians, is our downtown and our historic neighborhoods. I encourage you to reduce the building height from 10 to a more human scale 6-story, which is in keeping with the historic nature of our downtown. So I have a plan. How about we allow 3, 4, 6 stories in the acres of asphalt, in the acres of single-story, single-use commercial buildings, the Anywhere USA Brook Street corridor. If you look at the map, this is our historic neighborhoods up here. A small footprint, even the downtown, in which you want to build 10 stories in a 4 by 6 foot block area, or 4 by 6 block area. You might want to consider the area around the Brook Street corridor, which could be anywhere from 15 to 20 to 15 feet deep. I guess I'm talking about why it is important we do not scrape the neighborhoods where people
Talk into the microphone, please, Suzette. You got to make sure we talk into the microphone so we hear you for the record. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I am asking why we are scraping the historic neighborhoods where the working people live, and we're not considering an alternative. Of course, it would take city vision, it would take city planning, it would take city financing, it would take a lot of work, but I think we need to do it.
Thank you, Suzette. Any additional public comment in the room before I go to folks online? All right. Looks like everybody in the room had a chance. I'll go ahead and go online. We've got one person who's raised their hand online. Kursa Shelke. Go right ahead and I'll go ahead and time you on the 3 minutes when you're able to unmute.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, members of Missoula City Council. Last Wednesday, you made a clear and deliberate decision. You voted to amend the land use plan and zoning for the Aspire parcel in East Missoula to limited urban residential and LUR2, consistent with the Planning Board's recommendations, the city's own amenity and constraint methodology, and extensive public comment. That vote mattered. For the first time in this process, East Missoula residents felt heard and represented. What is deeply concerning is what has happened since. After the weekend, the public learned, buried in staff materials, that council may be asked to reverse itself tonight. There's no new data, no new infrastructure, no new safety analysis, no new public process. That kind of reversal is unsupported by the record. When staff has been asked how East Missoula could justify the level of upzoning assigned to it, staff has offered no clear explanation. The city's own maps show East Missoula lacks amenities, multimodal connectivity, and infrastructure capacity. Its physical and environmental constraints are obvious, and none of that has changed since last Wednesday. Councilmember Nugent, at the last meeting, based on the city attorney's recommendation, you specifically pulled the Aspire item forward and said, because of public comment, council's direction to the public needs to be clear going into this last hearing. Council's direction was clear. East Missoula residents plan to show up tonight to thank you for listening. Instead, they learned that after the weekend and discussion between staff and the Aspire developer, that staff is recommending a reversal of a vote already taken. That's not clarity, and to the public, it smells rotten. The public understands Aspire was approved. The public understands the property was lawfully annexed. What the public does not accept is that the future land use framework for all of East Missoula is being driven by one subdivision. The reason is simple. The city approved housing types that were not lawful under its old code, and those housing types are still not allowed under LUR2. They only become legal under UR2 or UR3, and that leads to a basic principle. Projects should not comply with the rules, or projects should comply with the rules. The rules should not be bent around one single project. You've downzoned other neighborhoods with far more amenities based on public comment. East Missoula asked for the same fairness, and last Wednesday you delivered it. Ms. Bridges deserves her day in court. Please stand by your decision. Ms. Bridges' case is stayed pending the UDC update. The developer requested that stay. The developer and Mr. Throckmorton absolutely knew this process was ongoing. The developer is not interested in creating a better UDC. Mr. Throckmorton showed up tonight because without UR3 zoning on the parcel, Phase 6 will need to be reworked. Again, please don't let this project drive code development for an entire community moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kursa. And we do have another public comment online, Nathan Young. Nathan, can you unmute there?
I can, thank you.
Great.
My name is Nathan Young. I am the president of Yesco Outdoor Media and wanted to express from another billboard operator's perspective our appreciation for the thought and energy and effort that has gone into this. Yesco is a 105-year-old family-owned and operated company. The team that you see in front of you are some of the greatest individuals. They're local, they're from Montana, they love Montana, and as an organization, my family loves Montana. I am fourth generation, and billboards mean the world to us. So does science. And as you thoughtfully consider and listen and hear the feedback of your constituents, we offer our resource, our team, our insight, our experience. We've seen quite a bit over the last 105 years, and you've got our commitment to help you and provide feedback. We may not always agree, but we can provide feedback. And so please use us, use our team, and we look forward to collaborating with you to prolong billboards and to help them make communities bright and help landowners and promote local business Because at the end of the day, that's the greatest piece about the free enterprise system is local business and entrepreneurialism. Thank you for your time and thank you for your efforts.
Appreciate your comments tonight, Nathan. Thank you very much. I don't see any additional hands raised from the public online. And so we will conclude public comment, that phase of public comment for the overall full package, including the amendments as presented by staff previous, and bring this back now to council question and deliberation. I see I already have a couple of hands raised, and so we'll start with Councillor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. So 3 pieces of clarification that I think will help our conversation, if that's okay.
Please do.
First, could I ask staff maybe to provide a little bit more clarity on the sign ordinance, kind of what it is right now in our current zoning, Title 20, what was it intended to be pulled over, and what you think we need to do and how that process would work?
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate the public comment tonight. I think that has helped us better understand where some of these concerns are coming from, in addition to the letter we received on Friday. So to clarify, the language in this section of the UDC was largely copied over from Title 20, with very few changes. Our interpretation of this section has always been that it would require the removal of existing billboards only if a property owner petitioned to annex into the city or rezone their parcel, not as a result of a city-initiated rezone, which is what's occurring now. So we agree that that language needs to be clearer in code, and is one of the cleanups that we plan to address in the next phase. But most importantly, to understand tonight, a property owner's existing use will not be disallowed due to a city-initiated zoning change, which is what's occurring tonight. So regardless of whether that language is unchanged from Title 20, we realize it might raise new concerns as it's becoming, as people are becoming more familiar with it. So in addition to that piece about the existing use being allowed to continue on, we're committed to sitting down and better understanding all of the concerns that are outlined in the letter we received, and working through those. However, I just want to clarify, we're not proposing that this section be pulled from vote tonight. The UDC is integrated and relies on adoption of all code sections together. We merely want to express that there's no threat to existing use that's coming from the adoption of a new zoning map tonight, which I think gives us some time to work through clarifications on that language.
Okay. Councilor?
I appreciate that. I'm sure there might be some more questions from council as we go. Next, I need some clarity on Aspire, and if I need some clarity, I kind of think others in here might as well. There's been a lot of public comment that seems to be in 2 camps. One is that the action that was taken on Wednesday changed the land use designation for all of East Missoula, but I was under the impression it was only the Aspire subdivision parcel. Could someone clarify that for me?
Yeah, the amendment that City Council voted on changed the zoning and the associated place type just for the Aspire subdivision parcel. And while I have an opportunity at the mic too, I might just clarify, there were some comments about that being in alignment with staff methodology. Staff actually stand by our original methodology of an urban residential high place type and an urban residential 3 zoning designation there. That is in alignment with staff methodology on that parcel.
So don't turn that mic off. So follow up if that's okay, Mayor.
Please, absolutely. Go right ahead. You bet.
So the recommendation had been for UR3. With Mr. McCoy's amendment, it was downzoned to LUR2. So based on that conversation, staff came with a recommendation that they feel follows that kind of conversation and tone, which has happened on other things as we've had this conversation, to UR2. Could you maybe explain, or could someone explain the densities at each of those designations? Because one thing that I think I am a little bit concerned of in the LUR2 was what the developer actually referenced, in that zoning actually allows for a lot more units than the Aspire subdivision approved. And I'm not sure that's what the intent of the comments from the public were, because we can't undo Aspire itself.
So the floor area ratio, which is really how we articulate density as opposed to units per acre, which was our dwelling units per acre, which is our prior methodology. There are some differences between UR2 and UR3. They're quite similar until you get to that 5-unit count. And then UR3 does allow more lot coverage essentially than UR2 does when you get to that above 5-unit count. And I think the biggest difference between the two for me is that UR3 allows for what's called full lot coverage. So you can get to a FAR of 1.0. So in some configuration, whether it's 2 stories up or across the entirety of the lot, when applying other standards, you can get to larger lot coverage. UR2 allows for smaller lot coverage. It maxes out at 0.9 with 6 or more units, but more likely will be in that kind of 0.8 range. The biggest tool for kind of managing density between UR2 and UR3 were the units per building. Those were removed by council amendment, so those are no longer in place.
Thanks. And one more Spire question for Mr. Sudbury. Sorry to pull you out from the crowd. Some of the public comment has referenced the public process and the ongoing challenge by the neighbors of that subdivision. And I guess the accusation was made in public comment that the process undergone wasn't legal, for lack of a better word. And I guess I would like you as our attorney to speak to that.
Specifically to the subdivision?
Yeah, to the subdivision and the process and why you feel the process the city took was legal and appropriate.
Yeah, so I understand the plaintiffs and the petitioners in the case have argued that the subdivision was unlawful. Their claims at the district court were dismissed for being untimely. I'm certain that the plaintiffs and petitioners will, may desire to appeal that to the Supreme Court so we don't have a final decision. But in talking with the planners and developing our case plan, we strongly believe that the subdivision complied with the base zoning upon annexation at the time that the decision was in front of City Council. There were variances that were considered as part of the subdivision to the subdivision regulations, to block length and to those kinds of things, but those are considered with nearly every major subdivision that comes to City Council. There are elements that, based on site design or specifics with what the developer is looking to develop, or because of topographical issues or any number of different things, why a developer may seek to have minor variances as part of their subdivision. City Council considered those and at the time approved them. So it remains my firm position that the subdivision was adopted fully in compliance with state law and the city regulations in effect. The petitioners, have still an ongoing challenge to the rezone that occurred at the time of the annexation. There was the annexation upon zoning and then a subsequent rezone at the same meeting. They still have their claims that are valid there or still ongoing in court. But again, that the subdivision wasn't based on the subsequent rezoning action. So it's our position that it was, and I don't believe they even attempted to challenge that the zoning upon annexation was incorrect. And that's what the subdivision was based on. The rezoning action that applied that they're still challenging just governs how it builds out, not how the subdivision was done. So I, again, continue to say that the subdivision was an appropriate council decision that's fully defensible in court. There are other elements of the lawsuit that still remain in district court that we'll deal with and move on, but those don't address the subdivision specifically.
And
I guess I want to be clear because I don't want to be corrected. There are rights, a right to participation, a right to public right to know claims that I think are associated with all of their allegations. So to the extent that those touch on the subdivision process, I imagine they'll still pursue those. But the substance of the subdivision, did the subdivision comply with the city's regulations and state law? I think so, yes.
And so I guess to follow up to that, we've obviously now heard from the representatives of the applicant, the landowner, the person who owns the land that requested the zoning change in the subdivision, saying that our decision last week to go from UR3 to LUR2 changed what was allowable to a certain extent, not unit numbers, but types of units. Do you think that opens us up to any? I know this is a tough thing for you to answer in public, but
I hear you, and I know it's probably front of mind for everybody. I don't think so. Zoning at the time of subdivision isn't set in stone. I mean, some subdivisions are approved with 20-year phasing plans, and there's no requirement that city council is bound in perpetuity until the subdivision fully builds out to be able to change the zoning. So it is, again, my position on this issue that we are free to change the zoning that applies to subdivision up until the time they have building permits in or zoning compliance permits in that say, okay, now you have a vested right. We've approved your site plan and development proposal, but they haven't done that in this case. They've only submitted the subdivision. So, and they'd be free to redesign what they're planning on building there and submit products that are in compliance with whatever zoning city council adopts. I don't think so. I mean, enterprising attorneys may disagree with me, and we'll have to go to district court to sort it out. But I wouldn't stand here and tell you not to do something with the zoning because of that issue.
All right. Thank you. My last clarification is just for you, Mayor.
Sounds great.
I know Ms. Jones has an amendment she intends to bring forward. When do you want that? Like, what's the next step? I know you said at the beginning, but just so as we're
Yeah,
talking
thanks.
about
I appreciate that. I thought it might be most useful if we could go ahead and get at least an initial round of questions from council on the amendments that have been made thus far, and then get additional amendments on the floor. But certainly, and then we're going to take additional public comment on just amendments after we hear those motions. So that was my suggestion at the beginning. Only simply because 2 amendments were already stated. And of course, there could be additional questions from council on anything in the UDC package at this point. Is that okay? Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. All right, so we'll come back. Okay, great. Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor McCoy.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. And just, I want to clarify off of what Mr. Nugent was just working on. So we're going to work on these amendments that are on the floor now and then take other amendments. We're going to have questions, but we'll have opportunity for comment on the staff amendments.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yep, you bet.
So I just have a couple of questions for staff at the moment, and then I'll have comments later. I cannot for the life of me remember how many phases are in the Spire subdivision. Is it just 6?
Yes, my understanding is just 6, and if I hear differently from Mary McCray, our planning manager online, I will jump back in and clarify.
Okay, great, thank you.
I got a thumbs up from Mr. Throckmorton as well that it's 6.
Okay, that was also my memory, but it's been a while since I've looked at the details of that fully. And when we're looking at the LUP, the LUP is based on today, right? It's based on the facts on the ground for today. It's not projected future hopes or things like that. Like, we're building, the LUP was designed and built with the values and standards and criteria for the conditions that we see on the ground today. Is that an accurate assessment?
Thanks for that question. I would recharacterize that to say that, no, it is meant to be a vision for the future, goals and set goals and priorities for future growth development over the plan period.
Okay, so it's to set goals for the future, but, when we're looking at our standards and values for the, like amenities to create the zone, we're looking at, like the transit plans that we have in place for Franklin to Fort, the things that we actually have today. And I'm just trying to kind of understand, like, how our standards and criteria, like, are created and what we're basing them on for, in the moment.
I think in terms of a lot of the infrastructure elements, I think it does lean on the kind of estimates and projections of a lot of the other planning work happening across Missoula. But it also acknowledges that most of our infrastructure is built out through development itself. And so as we're projecting a certain level of development happening in a particular area, we're projecting that that development itself is going to be the key factor in building out those streets, building out those sidewalks, and those other infrastructure elements. So that isn't based on what we have today, because we actually need that future development to build that infrastructure out for us.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see if I can find, my stuff's a little all over the place at the moment. And I'm pretty sure actually Mr. Sudbury answered this, but I just also wanted to clarify that right now what we have regarding the Aspire subdivision is we have a preliminary plat, we have the zoning, and then the overlay. Is that right? Was there more amendments in that?
As it applies to the zoning, we have a base zoning of, I believe, RT 5.4, and then we have a neighborhood character overlay.
Okay, great, thank you. I believe that's all I have for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My questions are in regards to Aspire, and I think we are not at this exact moment talking about the amendment the staff is bringing forward.
We are.
Okay.
Yeah, appropriate time for your question.
Okay, so amendments on the floor is the ones that staff are bringing as the cleanups. Got it. Thank you so much. Okay,
Absolutely.
so I guess, pardon?
I said absolutely. You bet.
Thank you so much. I think that there has been a lot of discussion and therefore leading to confusion about kind of what, and this again is only the parcel that is the Aspire subdivision, nothing to do with East Missoula, just Aspire. There is what the zoning was and how much build out density, however you call it, when we voted on this in August versus what the new proposed UDC allows, and then what the amendment that was voted on Wednesday allows versus what Aspire is actually proposing in the development that they have initially brought forward that we voted on in August. And I realize you cannot whip up a table out of the blue, but I think that there's a lot of confusion about the sort of what is allowed, what may be allowed, and what they're asking for.
Cassie could probably whip up a table, so I apologize that I'm not Cassie right now. I think at a high level, what I can tell you is that, and we've discussed this at length in committee meetings, is that surrounding zoning largely mirrors what Aspire is asking for, which is roughly 7 units per acre throughout the development. Calculating density on specific parcels is challenging because their development differs from parcel to parcel. They have a lot of single family housing development. They have several parcels that are identified as multifamily development. But I think overestimating an average over the span of the entire project, it averages out at about 7 units per acre, which aligned with their prior zoning and is possible in the current UR2 designation. And as our city attorney, Ryan Sudbury, pointed out, is still possible under the LUR2 zoning designation as well, but will not allow the configuration of apartment buildings that they have proposed. They would have to break those down into smaller buildings, which would increase cost and require them to change that development plan.
Great. So that is why staff is recommending the amendment that you're recommending, is so that what we voted on allows for them to build out what they proposed in all phases on all various lots / parcels. I use those interchangeably, and I know they're technically not.
Yeah, and just to further clarify, we're not finding a zoning designation to fit the need for a specific building type. We believe this zoning designation has always fit, as has UR3, based on our mapping methodology and our assessment and place type as assigned in the land use plan.
I have another follow-up.
Yes, please.
So staff is saying that your to what the zoning was in August and what UR3 is are the most kind of comparable.
Yeah, we still stand behind our original recommendation of a place type of urban residential high and a zoning designation of urban residential 3. We also feel that maintaining the place type designation of urban residential high and looking at an urban residential 2 designation also meets the methodology and would be a good fit if down zoning is the intention of council.
Thanks. That will be all for the moment. I'm sure there will be more
All right.
questions.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just kind of building on Ms. Anderson's questions, with Phase 6, because that's really kind of the problem area, to my understanding, Phase 1 through 5 could be built out under LUR2. Phase 6, however, some of our building types are not as amenable. Would it be possible for the developer to file for a variance? Would that be a feasible path forward?
I don't believe the variance process would allow us to vary by building types, but we'll do some background research on that and clarify.
Okay, and just a follow-up, please. And this is a little bit hypothetical because we do have a proposal, but we don't actually have any building permits or applications submitted yet. So we don't actually know what they're going to build. So in looking at Phase 6, if through Phases 1 through 5, we build out the proposal, we will create the street types, we'll create the form, we'll create the sidewalks. That would also possibly make it possible for a rezoning application for Phase 6. Would that be a possible path forward for the developer?
Yes, that would be a future path is to come in and rezone for any specific parcels that need a different zoning designation. That does come with added cost and time, which we always want to caution, but that is a path.
Do we know yet, like what that process cost? And, you know, like I know that our hope is to make that much faster. And I guess my hope is ideally cheaper. Do we know that yet, or is that still a little early to determine that?
I could speak to what it is today, but I think it would be really hard for us to project out what that would be when folks came to that final phase.
Okay, well, we probably better not go with today because nobody likes how we're doing it today. Okay, thank you. I'm good.
All right, Councillor McCoy, thank you. And I see that Mary McCrae has her hand raised and so likely has some additional staff feedback in regards to your question. Mary?
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mayor. It's Mary McCrae with Development Services. And I just wanted to clarify that if you adopt the LUR2, you are changing the land use plan to urban residential low. So they would not be able to rezone that parcel. They would have to also make a land use plan amendment and a rezone. And the process per the Land Use and Planning Act would require that change to go to Planning Commission and City Council. It's not a quick administrative process.
Thank you, Mary. Okay. All right. We'll move on to the next councillor's question. Councillor Becerra.
I think Mary must have read my mind because that was my question about whether this would necessitate a land use map amendment. So the answer is yes, but I can't remember if there was a development agreement associated with this subdivision. I think the answer is no, correct?
There wasn't a development agreement.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any additional deliberation from council on these first two amendments? Any additional questions?
Just a point of clarity.
Please.
I didn't hear a motion was made. Can we
It
just?
hasn't been yet. That's
Okay.
right. Yeah, exactly. We're just hearing these out in terms of content, and then we will after this. Thank you for a point of clarity. I appreciate that, Councillor Nelson. Any additional council questions on these amendments? Okay. All right, not seeing any additional council questions. How about additional council amendments? Councillor Jones, I do believe that you have one you'd like to bring forward.
Thank you. This is actually, this was in the amendment tracker for several weeks, and then there was it got pulled. I was under the impression staff was bringing it. Staff was in the impression that we didn't need to do it. Anyway, it's back, and we're hopefully hearing it tonight. So does staff have a slide they can share to just show the location? This is a small amendment compared to the stuff we've been discussing. It's in the 1400 and 1500 blocks of South 4th Street West. Let me see. There we go. Right, these are the two blocks on South 4th Street West that straddle Russell Street. And on the north side, so on the south side, you can see it's the dark orange. Those are zoned UR4. On the north side, it's mixed use 3. And what I want to make a motion to do is to change the land use plan as well as the zoning. I think the land use plan is urban mixed use high. I want to change it to urban residential high, and staff correct me if my wording is wrong there. But I wish I had caught this, first of all, a year ago when we were approving the land use plan, but I didn't, but I'm catching it now. These two blocks on the north side of South 4th Street West are highly residential. And I think the rationale, for the most part, behind proposed zoning of mixed use 3, which is a pretty high level of density with, I think, 85 feet in height for potential development, is because it abuts South 3rd Street West and it's straddling Russell Street. But on the ground, specifically if you look at the 1500 block, which is to the west of Russell Street on South 4th Street West, it is a beautiful residential block. Really kind of a gem in Franklin to the Fort. And behind it, there's actually a ditch that runs through part of it. There's also a steep drop off of 30 to 40 feet back where the alley is, abutting the southern part of the block on 3rd Street. So there's a real topographical demarcation there. So I don't think it contributes to commercial on South 3rd Street West. They're two different worlds right there because of this topographical issue of this drop off. And I think on the east side of Russell Street, it's also a highly residential area. So that is my proposal, is to, I think if you don't know the area, you maybe would think, oh, this is logical looking at the map. I get it. But then if you walk the neighborhood, these are two different worlds. And I think South 3rd Street West is highly commercial. Russell Street going north from 3rd Street West is highly commercial. There's a lot of highly commercial there. So I want to just propose that we take those two half blocks and put them into UR4 and the appropriate land use plan change underneath. So staff, was there anything there that I missed that I should include in this presentation? Does that cover it in terms of land use plan as well as zoning, proposed zoning amendments?
Yes, that covers the amendments that we'd be considering.
Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions about any of this.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
We were going to hear it last Wednesday. It just, for left hand, didn't know what the right hand was doing, just a mix-up. So sticking it in now.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Questions for Councillor Jones' amendment, proposed amendment? Questions from council? I'm not seeing any questions from council. All right. So, are there any additional amendments from Councillor Krask?
Sorry, I was just looking through that and looking at the broader map. And Councillor Jones, I'm just curious if you have thoughts, and I'm looking at the proposed zoning map, not the one that is brought up on, that was brought up on by staff, but there's another small area to the south of South 2nd Street West that is UMU3 as well, and I'm just curious if you can speak to the rationale behind that small parcel remaining UMU3 versus.
So I did talk through that with staff, and it's, yeah, a lot of Third Street is mixed use, and then it was important having transition downs from Third Street as best we could. So yeah, that was left as is. But with these two areas, it's just a different topography in there. And then also, this is a higher mixed use. It's bright red, which means it goes up to 85 feet, which is much higher compared to the lower mixed uses. So just wanted to flag that.
Okay. Give all this a second and see if there's any additional council questions. All right. Not seeing any additional council questions on that particular amendment. How about any additional amendments from council before we hear the motions and put those on the floor? Okay. Not seeing any. Some thought. Okay. So with that, then what we'll do is we've now heard from council questions. There are 3 amendments. Councillor Krask, you've got a wondering facial expression. Would you like to go ahead and propose an amendment, or do you have an additional question?
Yeah, well, no, I just had a question. We received public comment tonight and then public comment and email about some design excellence standards and language in the land use plan. And I was curious if now is the time to ask questions about that of city staff, or if I should hold that.
No, absolutely. Please
Okay.
go right ahead and ask your question. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Sorry about that. When we're talking about the land use plan, it was mentioned tonight that the land use plan is kind of the goal for our future. And I'm just wondering, last Wednesday we talked about removing language from the land use plan about build to and transparency and parking related to commercial and mixed use areas. And we removed 2 pieces of language about walkability. And so I'm just curious if you could review why we did that, and also if we're committed to looking at these walkability standards and this goal for our future in the land use plan, if at this point it's possible to go about including language, re-including language about walkability.
Yeah, thanks for asking. We did just want to clarify, at least as it applies to the email comment that we got today, that language actually wasn't proposed to be removed from the land use plan. That language exists actually in the code, in the description and standards section of the urban mixed use code. And so typically we do want code to reflect the reality on the ground today, because that is the regulation that we are applying to projects today. The land use plan, you're right, takes more of a forward visionary look. We made very limited changes to the land use plan place type menus as a result of the amendment related to form standards in urban mixed use. We really just adjusted where specific standards like parking will occur in the rear and to the side of the building. So we removed that section, but we didn't remove any of those more vision type statements from the land use plan. We did just remove those 2 statements referenced in public comment from the code document itself.
Any follow-up questions, Councillor Kress? It's fine. Totally fine.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure that I have this clear. So we removed from the code then that buildings typically have consistent setbacks and engaging storefronts that shape and activate the public realm, and also that development supports a walkable, active urban environment. Those are the 2.
Yeah, so those 2 sections were removed directly in response to that section's goal is to clarify what the standards in that section themselves achieve, not what additional public right-of-way infrastructure requirements that would be found in Chapter 6, for example, contribute, which they do contribute to a walkable streetscape and all of those other factors. That really is just looking at what do the urban mixed-use standards in this particular section apply to.
Okay, and so, sorry, this is redundant, but just to make sure I have it absolutely clear, the land use plan is the vision, the code is what's development is being supported right now on the ground with permits and applications.
I can answer that as well, and that's correct. And I was just going to follow up to point you to the specific amendment that the language is referencing. It's number 17 in the list of so code amendments.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Counselor McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a little question about our process. I was hoping to address some of our public comment from tonight, Mr. Getz specifically, who is in our ward. When might be the best time to do that?
In regard to the Unified Development Code, if it's appropriate now.
Appropriate now?
Yeah,
Okay.
you bet.
So I will try and address this to the best of my knowledge. I've met with Mr. Getz, and we've talked about his lots that he owns on the corner of River Road and Reserve. And I reached out to staff today with the hope of getting some more clarity around the challenges of this intersection, which I'm pretty sure everybody is familiar with if you're living here in Missoula. And you know, to my way of thinking, it makes sense that this would be a commercial corner or that it would have mixed use, but there's some like really overriding factors that are challenging us now. And one of the biggest, I believe, is the floodplain map. So I was hoping to have staff maybe try and address this a little bit more clearly than I can. You know, to beg your forgiveness, I'm just a farmer. And so I can't really get at this one very well. Is there anybody? I see Ben getting up, or Mark.
Mark Hendrickson, associate planner with GIS Focus. So 2403 River Road, that B2. So kind of walk back to the place type designation, right? So place type designation is based on the repealed future land use map from the 2015 growth policy, plus the built environment around it, plus the constraints present on that general area. So with that with that whole area, it has a repealed future land use map of residential medium, which is 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre. And then it also has a rural supergrid block pattern with a corridor cutting through it, but the majority of it is a rural supergrid surrounding it in the River Road neighborhood. And then it also is within the 100-year floodplain. So this caused us to put it into the limited urban residential place type with the comparable zoning district of LUR1 or LUR2.
Some follow-ups, please. What type of commercial, is there any commercial that's possible within the current zoning designation?
So it'd be that neighborhood commercial.
Okay.
It wouldn't be to the scale that B3-2 would be allowed, or the design excellence typology number 4 that is on it.
And is there any potential for, you know, like a zoning change or to, you know, like build something? Because, I mean, I think I can be clear. Mr. Getz's, you know, plan is in, and they're looking at trying to build a climate-controlled storage center. And I don't know the square footage or anything, but, you know, like, that's not possible under this zoning. Is that correct?
I don't know. I mean, so the storage, I don't believe so. If he were to get a zoning change, he would also have to do kind of like we discussed with the Aspire subdivision. So it's a whole land use plan amendment, which would have to go through the public participation plan that City Council adopted during the land use plan process, which is pretty hefty in and of itself, and then also go through Planning Commission and City Council to do a zoning change.
Okay, all right. Although I know that doesn't make it all better, hopefully this explains a little bit more than I can, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Councilor McCoy. Councilor Krask?
Thank you. Apologies, it's just taking me a minute to process some of this. Can staff just clarify why on last Wednesday, we originally struck the language in the code I understand that the idea is to kind of comply with what we are permitting and what applications are now, but I guess what are we, is there something being misrepresented by keeping that language in the code or reinstating that language in the code? Or maybe if you could just speak to that briefly.
Yeah, I think at a broad level, we no longer have specific standards in that code that can regulate for that.
Thanks.
You bet. Counselor Nugent.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to follow up on that because my original amendment had kind of included information about voluntarily complying and being part of that. And I know that the conversation was, well, you don't have, people can voluntarily comply. You don't have to give them permission. I didn't necessarily feel the need that needed to be taken out based on the first part of it. And so if having that portion in there makes people feel better about our commitment to kind of continuing that conversation, I'm more okay with that. But I'm just following up on Ms. Krask's question.
Yeah, we can definitely add that language back in. I think generally in code, we steer away from adding language about voluntary aspects that we won't check for or regulate. So we could put something in there that essentially says we would encourage people to do this, but we're not requiring it or regulating for it, if that's my understanding.
Would, Counselor Nugent, would you propose the existing language, or Counselor Krask, as it was, or hearing staff's explanation for why it was removed based on the ability to enforce the regulation or the zoning ordinance? Would you like to propose clarifying language? We can work it out right now.
I'm new to all this. I guess from my perspective is, and I apologize because we keep going back and forth between counselors and topics, and so I apologize to people tracking this. Is that I hear that there's that it's including language that is a suggestion and that can't be followed up on in any process for permitting or whatnot is important to limit. And I do think we have continued to talk about these design excellence standards and how we might address them in phase 2 of this project. And so I'm curious to hear about, if any other colleagues have thoughts on this, but I would be interested in reinstating that language as part of our commitment to addressing this in the phase 2 part of this process.
If I could too, one recommendation from staff might be to offer a connection through commentary, or to give staff some time to produce some educational materials on this, because I think one thing we've talked about throughout is being able to demonstrate through graphics and visual and narrative what we want to see, even if we're not regulating for that. And I think with some time in phase 2, we could create some of those materials, and then instead of having like a general reference that we recommend these things, we could point to some kind of a guide or an educational tool that talks about the ways we would like to see those mixed use corridors develop with form standards, even when we're not regulating for it.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I still think I would like I don't know how to put this on the floor. I would like the language to be reinstated along with that kind of guide to suggest and provide further education. Again, I'm really open to other people's ideas and comments on this.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Kress. There's an amendment on the floor to add back in the mixed use description and the mixed use standards overview. If I'm correct, and that would be helpful for staff to make sure that we verify the exact language that council will be voting on there. And I see, in regards to this amendment, Councilor Jones.
Yes, on this amendment. Thanks, Betsy, for broaching the topic, and Mike for leaning in also. So I can understand staff doesn't want to have contradictory code saying one thing but then not enforcing it below. As far as I'm concerned, I think we're going to be revisiting this topic in phase 2. And it's a high priority, I think, for a lot of folks in town and for a lot of counselors also. I'm not quite sure how we will work it through, but it's a complicated topic, and that's why we're kind of kicking it to phase 2, having these design standards apply for mixed use 1, 2, and 3. But I think this is worth the price of putting this language back in as a show of commitment to the community, that this is a conversation we're going to carry on into phase 2, handle it there, and seek some closure. So it may be a little unorthodox, but I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Councillor Jones and Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell, question?
Thank you. I'm just procedurally trying to keep track of where we're at with things. We don't have, aside from Councillor Krask just coming forward with an amendment for one thing, but minutes ago we were dealing with the amendment from Councilwoman Jones here. I would like to kind of get things tracked one at a time, because we have one, then we have another, maybe there's something else out there, and that gets to be a convoluted mess.
Well, what we've been doing is we heard the 2 staff amendments, and we asked council questions through those. In this last process, we were hearing any additional amendments, because as you well know, there's been an amendment tracker, but we have to make sure that if council has any additional amendments tonight. So there were 2. There was Councillor Jones, and we went through a round of questions, and folks got those answered. Now Councillor Krask was asking some additional questions in regards to something she had a question about earlier. So now there's a new amendment proposed on the floor, which is to add back in descriptions in regards to the mixed use place types into the zoning types. Those comments were removed, and staff, I believe you might be preparing a visual that could help in this conversation.
I think the most simplest way to achieve that would just be to, for someone to propose an amendment to revoke staff adopted amendment number 17, and that achieves restoring that original language.
Give us a second here.
And Mayor, while they're doing that, just to follow up on Councilman Campbell's question. So the hope is to get any amendments out, so then we can ask for public comment on those amendments, but then we would vote on them individually, and we could still talk about them. But we want to get them out there so we make sure the public has a chance to talk about them all.
Thanks, Councilor.
Super, thank you.
Sorry, quick clarification. That motion would be to remove the language changes in section 2, the description, and section 3, the standard overviews for amendment 17, but to leave the changes in table 4.3.03.
I would like to do that.
All right. Councillor Savage.
I am trying as hard as I can to track over here, but is there any possibility we could see that language, or you can just tell me where to find it? There are about 20 million amendments, and I am trying here, but thank you.
So we can pull up that specific page of the staff amendments. And essentially we would be looking at revoking amendment number 17 in the item 2 description, revoking the changes to those texts, and in item number 3, the standard overviews, but maintaining the changes to the table, which reflect the actual changes to the UMU form standards that were included in that amendment. Yep, and that is on page 20 of the final amendment document.
Would you like to see the table wasn't shown on screen, right?
You can bring that back up, and the table would remain as you see on the screen.
Okay. So what you're seeing on the screen were amendments that were voted on and accepted at committee. And it's the text in number 2 and number 3 above the chart. That will basically be a revoke of but it will require a vote though, correct, Ryan? Yep, so we'll have we'll vote on that revocation of the previous staff amendment, so that language will be added. Everybody following? That language will be added back, those 2 sentences that you see on the screen. Okay, sounds like folks have it. So we now have 4 amendments. Councillor Anderson.
Just because I like to read and follow along, which is why I have 2 computers, the document that you just put up on screen is in your email from Friday, correct, Ms. Pehan? As final UDC amendments?
That's correct, and it's also uploaded to the record under 6.2, one of the top materials there. So these sets of final council-approved amendments, there's 3 of them. This is the material that's related to amendments to the code, so final council-approved amendments to the UDC. There's also a separate document that includes the final council-approved amendments to the map, or zoning map amendments, and then in 6.1, that includes the final council-approved set of amendments for the land use plan amendments.
Ben, those are all on Engage Missoula?
Those are on Engage Missoula and also attached to the agenda tonight.
And attached to the agenda tonight, okay. Hey, Councilor Anderson, did that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, folks. We have 4.
Mayor,
Yes.
attachments 2, 3, and 4 for those following along at home.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we have 4 amendments, 2 from staff, 2 from council to consider. After we make a motion here, I'll make one last call for amendments before asking the motions to be made. Last call. Okay. All right, Councilor Nugent. The original motions are relatively easy and straightforward. Those are included on our agenda. The amendments might not be, so I'm here to help you work all that out and make it clear and transparent for the public and council members voting on those. And we will not be taking a vote until we hear public comment on the amendments.
Okay. I'll put these these motions back on the floor. I move City Council adopt a resolution to adopt amendments to our Missoula 2045 land use plan and place types map based on the information and considerations in the staff report. I further move City Council adopt an ordinance establishing Title 22 City of Missoula Unified Development Code UDC Attachment A, repealing in its entirety Title 16 Manufactured Housing and Mobile Home Parks, Title 17 Subdivisions, Title 20 Missoula City Zoning Ordinance, Title 21 Form-Based Code, Swatup-Kane, and any planned unit development, PUD, or Special District, SD, found on Attachment C, Planned Unit Development, PUD, and Special Districts, SD, repealed, retained, as well as any PUD or SD not listed as converted to historic resource overlay, with all of the foregoing based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law outlined in the staff report. I further move City Council adopt an ordinance establishing a new City of Missoula zoning map, Attachment B, and repeal the existing zoning map to come into compliance with the Montana Land Use and Planning Act, MCA 76-25, based on the findings of fact and the conclusions of law outlined in the staff report. I further move City Council adopt the 2 staff recommended amendments identified today on our agenda. And I further move that City Council, I think I have to stop there, and then Gwen and Betsy can state their amendments.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Councilor Jones, would you like to make a move for your amendment?
Yeah, I move that the 2 half blocks on the north side of South 4th Street West, 1400 and 1500 blocks of South 4th Street West, straddling Russell. It's currently mapped urban mixed use high with proposed zoning of U-MU3, and I move that the map land use I'm sorry, the land use plan should be changed to urban residential high and zoning should be UR4.
That motion is on the floor. The next amendment, again, this is so we can take public comment on all amendments. Our city clerk has summarized Councillor Krask's amendment. And Aaron, I'll go ahead and read that now unless you wish to. I'll go ahead and read that now. Okay. Councillor Krask's amendment is to revoke the language changes outlined in Amendment 17 as listed in the final City Council approved amendments to the Unified Development Code as follows. Revoke text changes in number 2, descriptions, and number 3, standards overview. Retain the changes listed in table 4.3.03-3, building placement. All right. Thank you. Copy that. Okay. So we now have the main motions and the final amendments on the floor. And so we'll take a pause. We're not going to vote there because we're going to bring it back to public comments, but only on the amendments, not on the full UDC package. But right now, because that opportunity was provided, right now it's only on the 4 amendments that we just proposed for the floor. Just the 4 amendments that were just proposed for the floor. Public comment, come on up.
Hi, my name's Andrew Hurst. I'm still an East Missoula resident. And I think it's all starting to gel me what the problem is for us. The future land use plan document was baking in 2024 when the Aspire property landed from Kansas in East Missoula. And at that point in time, our curiosity is, what was staff thinking in terms of place typing for East Missoula? And did the Aspire subdivision have any influence in their methodology for applying place type to East Missoula? That's a question I've had hanging in the air for quite some time now. Because the base zoning of the Aspire property is RT 5.4, which is a direct correlation to LUR2 in the LUP document. We have that sticky issue of the neighborhood character overlay of Aspire. But, again, what's being considered right now is only being considered in the context of the Aspire property and not how it fits in with the rest of East Missoula, because it's not East Missoula, it's city. And that's the dilemma we're having here. And our big concern, my big concern right now, is East Missoula properly place typed? And we'd love to know what the methodology was, because it's been a black box for us. We have all the documentation that's been provided, the FLUP, the methodology for zoning, all that. And when we look at it, it doesn't add up. So something else is in the mix that staff has considered that we must not be aware of. What was it? So anyhow, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional public comment on any of these amendments? No.
Hi, Lisa Davies, Common Good, Missoula. As somebody who works a lot with the public and people getting organized to come and comment here, I would gently counsel you that there is a significant opportunity tonight to think about the amount of goodwill and demonstrating that you listen to people, which could be achieved by hearing the East Missoula residents and keeping Wednesday's decision, especially given that staff says that urban residential high plus UR2 will be able to meet these requirements. And then the other 3 amendments all seem reasonable. Great work, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Come on up.
Hi. I'm going to be honest. Following this has been extremely hard for me tonight, and I just
You
want
can
to
adjust that microphone and please say your name for the record.
Allie Carley, Lamar Advertising. And I just want to make sure if I could ask from the staff just to clarify the amendment, the text amendments that are in there, the way that the ordinance is proposed as it stands is where the outdoor advertising signage would be included into the zoning portion of it, not a text amendment, correct?
We'll go ahead. You can ask that question. I'm sorry about process, but it's not a Q&A between public comment and the staff.
Okay.
That question's on the floor and another council member can ask you that,
Okay.
can answer that question. So go ahead and reiterate your question one time here for, we can answer that when we get back to council deliberation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just
bet.
trying to make sure I'm tracking everything, to be frank and honest. And so I just want to clarify, anything that has to do with outdoor billboard signage is part of the original proposal versus any text amendment. I just need clarification because I was trying to track, and I apologize if I missed it. So I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you for your comment. I might need some help with that microphone, folks, to make sure that it's actually able to move up and down with people's needs. It should be back in its holder there. Lee, come on up. Come on up. It looks like you're at the right height.
Lee Bridges, East Missoula. The other day I gave a comment in here and I didn't get it all, but I did give you guys the email. So I want to go ahead and pick up where I left off. It has to do with my fear that the city council members using staff's excuse to keep Sean McCoy's motions on the Aspire subdivision from passing, and this is before it passed, of course, by claiming the need to stay consistent with the erroneous place-typed designation that was voted for East Missoula without the input of our community. That place type of urban residential high, we never knew anything about that. We were not included in that discussion because had we been, I can assure you that would have never gotten by. That would not have flown. With our input, we know what we have out there, and it is the limited urban residential, which is what all of our surrounding communities are. My question is, instead of having this circular logic that needs to be dismantled and remedied with the correct changes, what can we do to change the error that was made on the 2045 land use plan back in 2024 that we didn't even know about? We were not participating in that because we were unaware of it. So how do we take care of that so that the staff can't keep reverting back to something that they decided for us incorrectly back in the day? How do we get that corrected? What can we do? Is there a remedy?
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your questions. Lee?
I am Bruce Baxter. Staff keeps insisting that the East Missoula area is high density. I'd like to shed a little light on the zoning, the history there. From at least the 1980s until 2021, East Missoula, the eastern half of East Missoula was county zoned to a maximum of 4 units per acre. This is the neighborhood that is adjacent to the Aspire property. This included the Aspire property down to the river. This also included a 175-foot riparian no-build area. This was in effect until, the riparian area was in effect until 2024 in the annexation. From the 1980s up to 2021, we infilled the area to 4 units per acre. 2021, the county did change the zoning from 4 to 6 units per acre, which did not match the actual infill. We're still at 4 per acre out there or less. I'd like to enter that into the record in opposition to the staff's recommendation of high density. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Thanks for your comments. Any additional comments on the amendments this evening?
Brian Throckmorton. I just wanted to clarify a couple questions. One from Councilor McCoy. So the way that the subdivision was laid out was for a specific building type. So no, the buildings haven't been designated yet, and they will still have to go through building permit. But the exact lot pattern had a specific building in mind that had garages on the front with front doors. Each unit had a front door, so they were 10 plexes long to block the sound from the interstate, with garages on the back, front doors on the front that faced front doors, and a cottage court for the other buildings. So the way that that was laid out was specific to those exact, so that's one reason why for the big request is to keep that approval, that layout going with adding a sound barrier to I-90. So, the same density can 100% be achieved in LUR2. Like I said, it can actually be like quadruple. That's if each unit is 2,000 square feet, it could be 627 units. So, I mean, the request isn't to build any more units, just build what was planned in a good building to leave more green space in the cottage courts in the middle, because if we have to go to fourplexes just to get the same units, it just doesn't make sense building wise. So, I mean, the whole idea is just a better building environment to block the noise, to make the row houses a little closer together instead of just more spread out. So just wanted to clarify that. And then I can answer any questions you guys have going forward on that as well.
Thank you, Brian. Additional public comment on the amendments.
James Crosby, Ward 1. I would say this loaf is ready to go to market. As far as the amendment to the amendment, first, Councillor Jones' amendment, I want to say yes, absolutely, that sounds fantastic. I would urge everybody to vote yes on that. That neighborhood is a special little gem and is different from the rest. I spend a lot of time walking around Missoula, and so in regards to Amendment 17, adding that language back, I can't urge enough, both as a citizen and as the chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Board, should the board have a chance to meet prior to voting on this, I believe everyone would agree that buildings should have a consistent setback and engaging storefronts that shape and activate the public realm. What we're talking about here is the hip strip versus Broadway. Is it more fun to walk to the Roxy or to walk to Noodle Express? I'll walk to Roxy all day long. We need more of that, especially with more people working from home. Anything that can get people out of their houses to meet their neighbors and engage in the community is for the best. Additionally, development that supports a walkable, active urban environment. We all know that exercise is good for everybody. Everything that we can do to encourage more walking, more biking will help for a healthier future population. It'll help for cleaner air and cleaner water. So please vote yes on this amendment 17 tonight. I think that's all I have to say for now. It's only one chance to weigh in. So yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional public comment on the amendments.
Hi, I'm Gretchen Murray from East Missoula, and I've heard lots of, sorry, I have no voice tonight. I've heard a lot of comments about walkability and connections, and if you put East Missoula into high density, we don't have the infrastructure, we're not walkable. And when we lost our Highway 200 corridor fees, we have less of that connection with Missoula. Please do not put us high density in East Missoula. And I happen to live on the back of Aspire subdivision. It is hard to drive there now on summers, but if we add those extra buildings and then you move us to high density, it's going to be a mess because we do not have the infrastructure out there. We have to pull over in order for people to drive by each other in East Missoula now. So thank you for reconsidering, making sure that we're keeping, I sent you all a message. I said, finally, please keep it in mind. It's easier to add more later than it is to market us now as high density. We can come back around to that later, but please, please, please keep that in mind for us in East Missoula. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional public comment on the amendments that have been proposed this evening. I'm not seeing any in the room. I'll go ahead and check online here. And I don't see any hands raised online. Don't see any hands raised online for comments on the amendments. Okay, thank you all very much. That wraps up the public comment on the amendments. So that brings it back to council deliberation, questions or comments in regards to questions? Councilor Ernst, do you have a question? I've got, Councilor Jones has her hand raised. Do you have a question about the amendments that are proposed?
No, I was just urging us to, at some point here, sooner rather than later, take a 10-minute break.
Okay, sounds good.
But that's just me.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to a make sense point. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Jones?
We heard some comment, public comment on the amendments on the fact that there wasn't an amendment on an issue and the sign issue, and I'm seeing looks of consternation. I think I have been doing this for years, listening, like, this is my thing that I do. I'm in council all the time, and based on what you said you wanted and what staff said this code means at this point, I think you're getting what you want. I think it's just kind of processing exactly what Erin Pehan, the department head, is saying, and maybe she can speak a little bit more to that. My understanding was as is out there will remain in terms of billboards. If a piece of property in the future, not right now, but in the future is either annexed or rezoned, then the code would kick in and would impact those billboards. And is there future discussion on that in collaboration with staff? That's for people other than me to figure out till it comes to council. But for the most part, I think you're getting what you want, but maybe staff could just clarify it one more time, because I know you've all come down here and filled the front row. So very impressive.
Yeah, I would clarify that you should see little change from how you've interacted with Title 20 for many years past, as the language was largely carried over as is. I think perhaps, if I'm understanding, there's some fear around the fact that many of the parcels where these billboards sit today will be rezoned as a byproduct of the current remapping that is happening, and that will not result in any of those signs needing to be removed. They will continue to be allowed as we call it legal existing now. We used to call it legal non-conforming. They'll be able to continue to allow and operate just as they have for years past. What we want to connect with on you moving ahead is to make sure that that language is clear, that provides you all of the reassurance that you need, and then assess whether there are other changes that need to be made.
All right, thank you for providing that clarification, asking the additional question. Thank you, Councilor Jones. Erin, thank you for that. Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one question, and then we'll see where we get, and I'll have comment afterwards. I'm curious from staff if there was any evaluation for the Aspire subdivision and this amendment that we're looking at now for urban residential low, and whether urban residential 1, whether those would also work for phase 6 as it is currently proposed. I'm sorry, Erin, I'm sorry. But I'm curious if those two pieces of the puzzle would work for phase 6 as it is possibly proposed.
I think the short answer is yes. The UR1, I believe, can work with the densities. We would still have to do some math, and the UR1 district does not have the unit cap per building, and so that does allow it to potentially, if the FAR works, if the floor area ratio works, to develop out at that level for 8 to 10 units per building on those lots. That does still require a place type amendment, and so we would still need to do that. We have, our methodology has been to map the UR1 to areas that are more transitional or have environmental constraints, but to your specific question, I think that could work.
And just a quick follow-up, just to be clear, all the URs are, there's no max on any of the URs, right? We made that amendment change?
There's no units per building cap, but units are still, there are still standards, including floor area ratio, that limit the number of units that can go on a lot, or the size of a building, I guess is more accurate than number of units.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Melson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a question of clarity, I guess. Are we voting on the entire amendment package, or are we going to go through these one by one?
One by one.
Okay, great, thank you.
You bet, absolutely. Any additional questions from council? Councillor Anderson?
Thanks so much. This is like the 8th time I've been kicked out of the meeting and have to log back in, so that's why sometimes you see me in a hand motion. I am not in any way trying to beat a dead horse. I'm just trying to make sure, I'm assuming if I'm confused, maybe some others are also. With what we did on Wednesday in regards to Inspire, Mr. McCoy's amendment changed the recommendation from UR3 to moved it down to LUR2. And then we had a discussion about why, the reasoning for that. And staff is saying, we heard you, but, because basically I think the sentiment from a good majority of us is that we wanted the subdivision that was voted on in August to be allowed to move forward as it was brought to us in August. And there's some concern that because of the way that some of the buildings are designed, that they would not be fully allowed in LUR2. So therefore, if we made it UR2, the buildings as laid out and designed by the developer in the development, the cottage row houses, as the developer stated, would be allowed. Is that the crux of what we're getting at here?
Yeah, that is largely our recommendation and our understanding. We would, of course, need to sit down with the applicant to absolutely confirm without a doubt that is the case. But based on our initial read, we believe that to be true.
Great. Okay, so I did read your email and understand it correctly. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Becerra?
Sorry, my hand keeps being pushed down. So I had the same question as Ms. Anderson, so I'm glad that we got an answer to that. My question now is legally, what are the implications? I'm a little bit confused. If the developer is not, if the subdivision that we approved calls for a phase 6 type of development that now, based on the amendment that we passed on Wednesday, is no longer an option, what does that mean legally for us, for the developer?
Well, the developer may have, or the developer's attorney may have a different take on this. I think, from my perspective, the council should, weigh the facts on the ground, determine what they think best suits the public interest, given everything that's you've heard over the last several months, from comments from these Missoula residents who clearly don't want this, or at least people showing up don't want it. The discussion over the last several months with respect, going all the way back to the land use plan of the need to create more developable property at higher densities throughout Missoula, and make a decision without regard to a concern about legality. I think a decision one way or another on this issue is going to be defensible. We may still get a lawsuit from the Developers Council or from the residents of East Missoula, but I think that this is one of those types of policy decisions that can fall either way. And it depends on what you want to value. Or do you want to value a consistency of existing neighborhood types and practices, or do you want to value increasing the developable potential to increase the number of housing units that we have throughout Missoula, and apply that to this subdivision, and then let the staff and the city attorney's office defend the outcome of that based on your sort of weighing those varying policy issues, because it really is a balance. I don't think legally you need to be directed one way or another, or I'd be up here saying I'd be really concerned if you did one thing or the other. I think we can make a defensible case out of either side, depending on how you guys weigh those balances.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Ponton?
Thanks, Mayor Davis. Just a quick question for staff, as someone who wasn't around last summer. Can you remind me again of the reasoning behind the staff recommendation for either UR3 as originally proposed or now UR2 for the Aspire subdivision, that parcel?
Yeah, Mark Hendrickson, associate planner.
So go back to the place types, right? So urban residential high, so East Missoula is urban residential high and urban mixed use low. And that's based on the repealed future land use maps of the 2015 and the block pattern and environmental constraints present. So East Missoula has Highway 200, which is a regional corridor, and then also a compact grid pattern. And in the land use plan, compact grid patterns are 400, 500 foot long blocks. There's some blocks in East Missoula that are 600 feet long. There's some blocks that are 300 feet long, kind of depends on where it is. But the core of East Missoula is urban mixed use low, and then the fringes are urban residential high, or kind of the not around Highway 200. And so then with the mapping methodology, if you're mapped to urban residential high, you're automatically assigned that UR3, and if no environmental constraints or build constraints are present, like block pattern, like we saw in or like we see in River Road neighborhood where it's a really disconnected grid pattern, then you're automatically going to get UR3. If you meet any of those constraints present, then we would bump you down to UR2 as well. So that's why when we're saying UR2, it can still comply with the urban residential high place type.
Thank you. Quick follow-up?
Please.
I think a lot of the comment we've heard is around sort of this perception that there's a lack of amenities. And when you look at the, the zoning map, there's waterfront edge identified and then a community garden, and that's essentially it for the entirety, and that only covers a portion. So I guess the UR2, UR3 is really just based on the 200 corridor and the future sort of grid pattern. Is that really the summation of it?
So it's the place type is based on those built patterns, and then it's just an automatic assignment to UR3 unless there's those constraints present that would constrain, a new population or the population that's present there to live a really healthy and fulfilling life.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks for your questions. And Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, thanks. It might be helpful to just go over the variance question again, because the way I understood it, staff said it relates to the underlying place type. Mary, it was a very quick moment, but can you just reiterate the complexities around the variance? Is a variance for phase 6 allowable now? Or how would that change? Thank you.
A variance wouldn't be allowed for building type. That was one of the questions. It doesn't meet the criteria when you look at the criteria for a variance. If they wanted to rezone the phase 6 out of the LUR2 into a UR zone, they'd also have to amend the place type, because LUR2 is a lower place type than the urban residential high for UR2, UR3. And that would require going through our public participation plan, which is a pretty rigorous requirement in the Land Use and Planning Act, and also take both of those, the land use plan amendment and the rezone, to Planning Commission and then City Council.
Just a follow-up too, Mary. That is just in relation to phase 6, correct? Or is that for the entire development?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And Mary, I was hoping that you would expand on, I know you've covered that before, but since it's part of the conversation, expand on what the criteria are for meeting the variance requests. Oh, sorry, you're on mute there.
I'd have to pull up that section. It's typically based on something that's not of the owner's control, or of a topographical feature or physical issue that you can't meet a standard, so you request a variance.
And that is typical of state law, is that right? State law states
Yes.
that? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate that. Councilor Becerra?
Sorry, just when I think I'm clear, more questions come up, but could staff remind me again what the timeline for the Aspire subdivision is? When would we be looking at phase 6 being developed?
Who wants to take that? Mary, do you want to take that?
Let me quickly pull up that phasing plan. I'll raise my hand in a moment and have that.
Okay, thank you.
And-
Thanks for gathering that information.
Another quick question related to the subdivision and the annexation. I believe that at that time, we were under the impression, or we were hoping to get the federal funding for Highway 200. I'm just wondering, maybe from the developer representative, if that has changed the timeline at all for the phasing, or how is that influencing the proposal?
Mr. Throckmorton, come on up.
Yeah, so to answer your first one, so phase 6 would be 2038 would be the current plan. At the rate things are going, that may be longer down the road. And with the Highway 200 corridor, that really hasn't, affected what we've thought for the phasing. I mean, phase 1 is a complete redo of Summer Street. So, the developer is willing to put in, I mean, frankly, probably $1.2 to $1.5 million to redo, that half mile of city street. So that's part of phase 1 before a single house can get built. That'll be upgraded. But as far as upgrades to 200 now, part of that final plat has a waiver of RSID so that if the money is then raised locally, that these would be a no contest and would support that through property tax, which would be additional property tax to help fund that corridor. But it really hasn't affected what we were planning as far as a phasing plan, so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mary has her hand raised.
Yes, so the phasing plan, the first phase, they went through a phasing plan amendment in 2025. The first phase, phase 1, which kind of surrounds phase 6, where the multi-dwelling site would be, is set for a final plat filing date of December 31st, 2028. And the last phase, phase 6, Brian was correct, it's December 31st, 2038. The improvements to the East Missoula corridor wasn't really part of the findings of fact for approval of this subdivision. Brian is correct that the improvements most concerned about and required by subdivision regulations were from the edge of this subdivision to Speedway, and so it's those improvements on Summer Street, the off-site improvements.
All right, thank you for that additional information, Mary. Any additional council deliberation, questions or comments on the amendments? Okay, all right. I don't see any additional questions. Councilor McCoy.
I was just curious, I would like to make my comments, but I wasn't sure if we were gonna go to a break or anything beforehand, or,
Is in regards to the amendments?
yes.
Okay. I know folks are itching for a break, and I do too. I would like for us to hear out and vote on the amendments, so we have then what is the final package. And then my guess is then council will want to make a comment before we vote. So that we'll likely have some time. We could take, that would be a natural point. We could break and come back. That's okay. So go ahead and we'll hear your comments now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to kind of address this again, that we've got this new amendment to, overturn, for lack of better words, our vote on Wednesday. And so I just want to clarify that the few really specific things that we're talking about: a preliminary plat, a zoning, and an overlay. We do not have any building applications at this point in time. And as much as I respect staff, and I think at this point we have a good working relationship and they know how much I appreciate them, I think we have really missed the mark with this LUP place type. This subdivision is not built out. So it is bare ground. And the greater East Missoula that is also looking at this, there's a lot of confusion around these two things, and they're often conflated. But we don't have the amenities that we have in other areas where we have urban residential high. So one example would be of the Franklin to the Fort neighborhood. That is urban residential high, and there's UR3 and a UR4 in there. I think another example is the lower Rattlesnake that has urban residential high place type with UR3 and maybe 4. Staff, if I get anything wrong, just jump in here and correct me. And I think there is a very drastic difference between the Franklin to Fort and the lower Rattlesnake compared to East Missoula when we look at our amenities. When we look at East Missoula, there is not one sidewalk in East Missoula. There's not a sidewalk on the 200 corridor. There's not a sidewalk in any of the grid pattern. We have none of the amenities as far as our walkability, our transportation. We have no walking paths. We have no greenways. We have a few of the things that we look for in the LUP as Mark laid out, but we don't have all of them. We definitely don't have the majority of them. We also are looking at a food desert. There is no grocery store, as I pointed out in committee earlier last week. I'm going to reference my notes here, 1 second. We have no public schools and no developed parks. We do have one park. Again, I would argue that it's not developed. And it is for these pieces that I feel like we're really missing the mark. And this is in no way a criticism of staff's efforts. I want to be real clear about that. But I think our methodology is somehow missing the differences between the other places within the city that do have these amenities available to them. They have parks, they have grocery stores, they have these things within walking distance or biking, and they're much more attainable, which is why I support a place type amendment in regards to this subdivision and, future reference, maybe looking at the East Missoula. We just don't have anything other than our plat to work from. We don't have a development agreement. And then this is nothing to do with Mr. Throckmorton, but we really just don't know what they were going to build. I mean, we have a proposal, and I liked that proposal for the most part too. But it's very difficult for me as a leader of this community to place my entire faith in a developer from outside of the state to necessarily not change their mind about what they want to do if they have a much, much higher zoning possibility. We are looking at a zoning that shifting to the UDC that could allow 6 to 7 times the greater density. We also have a possibility that we could see a combination of lots and apartments built on them. So there's just too much uncertainty for me to comfortably move forward with this as it's proposed, this amendment. And then looking at the zoning, as I mentioned in committee, I really feel like that by lowering our zoning to LUR2, we are giving the developer the opportunity to build out, I don't know the percentages exactly, but 80% of this proposal. It also helps maintain the proposal that we have because it limits, we have maxes on density, we have the tools within LER2 to make sure that we get the development in 1 through 5 that is being proposed, or at least it helps us get there. Zoning, no matter what zoning we put forward onto this subdivision, there can be changes. LUR2 too. I mean, Mr. Throckmorton mentioned that as well. And in relation to phase 6, I don't personally feel like it is an unsurmountable hurdle for a developer of this size to begin a process of, a rezone somewhere in zone 3 or, phase 3 or 4. It is, in my mind, a feasible thing for a developer of this size to be able to do that. It's not unsurmountable. It does have to go through the new planning commission, but that is just a recommendation. I would like to point out that the recommendation from the planning board on this subdivision was overturned by this body here, and that could also happen again. So for my part, this feels like a much more alignment with our values and our intentions and the character that we are hoping to maintain within our neighborhood. So I think it's pretty clear, but I will not be in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any additional comments from council members or questions on the amendments before we vote on each amendment separately? Counselor Anderson.
Yay, it worked. Okay. Thanks. The technology gremlins are working against me today. Appreciate all of the staff, the work at the amendments. Happy to support Ms. Jones and Ms. Krask's and the staff amendments. And I think that we, as someone who was here on this body in August when we were talking about Aspire and bringing it in and rezoning and all the various things, so much of what we do in land use, is kind of based on conversations and plans brought forward by the developer. And, a lot of times if we zone things, that zoning sticks with the land and they can sell it. I do not feel comfortable voting to keep the amendment that I will note that I voted against last week, because it does not allow for the subdivision as approved by this body to go forward. And I think it's a pretty big bait and switch to approve a subdivision, approve an annexation, approve a zoning in August, and then in January of the following year, because we happen to be doing this process, to open the whole thing back up and say, nope, never mind, you can't bring forward what we voted on by a majority in August. Especially given that the building that we're kind of haggling over, yeah, that's the right word there, but in phase 6 is the type of building that we're wanting to build. We are trying to find more of the missing middle, the kind of, difference between condos and single family homes and the row houses. And that is what we are trying to allow an easier way of being built. And yet this particular spot, we're saying no, even though the developer has to build out, blocks and blocks of sidewalk. So therefore it will have sidewalks in that community. The developer has to build out a park. Therefore, it will have a park in the community. So the amenities that we're saying don't currently exist will exist if this development goes forward. So, there's a lot that is binding in law, and our decision-making space is sometimes incredibly frustratingly limited. But there is a back and forth that needs to happen between us on council, staff, and the developer. And frankly, I do not care where the developer is from. And the fact that he wants to build homes for a variety of price points in Missoula and has been working in good faith, that is what, we can't always just have the mom and pop person from down the street building. We have needs at all levels of the spectrum that takes everybody who wants to come and be a part of Missoula, whether you've been here for 4 generations, 50 generations because you're native, or you got here 6 weeks ago. If you're willing to be a good public partner, welcome to Missoula. And so I will be voting in favor of staff's amendment because I think that they heard what we were the majority of the body was trying to do last week, and thread the needle for saying this zoning type allows for the subdivision that we approved in August to be built out, which I think is, in my mind, personally, what is fair. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson. Counselor Jordan, I saw your hand was raised and then went down. Do you still have a question? All right, we'll go to you next.
Yeah, I think like Stacy, I'm having trouble. I keep getting kicked out of the meeting, so thank you for noticing that.
bet.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer some comments about the East Missoula amendment as well. I think that my colleague, Mr. McCoy, really eloquently laid out why this isn't a good place to stick a bunch of high-density homes. And I'd just like to add my thoughts to why I won't be in support of the amendment either. I think that, back when we were discussing this, we were talking about the upgrades to Highway 200, which would really help with traffic flow. We don't have that anymore. I voted no on the Aspire development originally for a variety of reasons. One of those is because it absolutely does not fit the character of the neighborhood in any way, shape, or form. There is really only going to be one access point in and out, and it's going to drastically change the lives of the folks who've been there, living their lives for a long time. I think another thing that we need to really consider is that we didn't properly engage residents from East Missoula. They are county residents, and we are making decisions right now that are going to drastically affect their quality of life in their neighborhoods that they purchased homes in or rent homes in because they wanted to be there the way it is now. I also am struggling in the fact that they don't have any representation. So if we all vote yes on this, they can't vote us out next year whenever we're up for re-election. And I think that that is something that we need to be really careful about in making decisions about people who weren't engaged properly and can't fire us at the next election because they don't like how we're making decisions for their neighborhood. I also have a really significant problem, as I did last summer when this came up, about the riparian setbacks. I personally don't understand how county property can have one set of riparian setbacks, but city property has a completely different set. Animals do not understand city-county land designations, and they need the same amount of land that they always had. And I would argue that East Missoula is actually an ecological exception in that it's a tiny little area of land where we have animals that are going to come down from Marshall and other areas who are going to try and get to the creek and the river for water, and they're not going to be able to the more we upzone East Missoula. And finally, I think if I understand correctly, Ryan Sudbury, sorry to put you on the spot again, if I understand correctly, we are not stuck in this decision right now, that we can legally change our minds based on new information, and that when you know better, you do better. And I think we have a lot of new information that we have gained throughout this process to really know that upzoning East Missoula is not a good decision for a variety of reasons. Other folks have talked about the food deserts, the fact that there are no sidewalks, the fact that there are not the bus systems that we enjoy in town. I just think that upzoning East Missoula is a significant mistake that is not only going to cause problems for residents, but it's going to cause problems environmentally and ecologically as well. And I absolutely won't be supporting the amendment. But I, on top of all that, want to thank staff. I know that y'all are working really hard and you're trying to make the best decisions you can. And I know there's no malice in this proposal, but as representatives, we've heard from folks who don't currently have representation on city council who are saying, please don't do this, and I won't be in support.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Jordan. Do we have any other council members that have comments on the amendments? Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I think that, the comments are all over the place, and that's fine. We can certainly make those. I just want to reiterate that we can't undo a subdivision. And some of those comments are walking fairly closely to this idea that in this process right now, we can undo the subdivision, and we can't. We have public comment basically from two attorneys, one representing the East Missoula folks and one representing the developer, that both have basically said, we think we have legal grounds to sue you for these reasons. What I will tell you is I am very comfortable with the process this body took to approve a subdivision on staff's recommendations. I will stand by that. If I'm ever called to testify, I believe that wholeheartedly. If we pull back on zoning because we want to change what this body approved last year, if I was representing that developer, I would take some of the comments that were just made here to say that clearly this decision was aimed specifically to undo that, which I don't think is legal. So I just think that in this broader thing, I appreciate that staff is trying to thread the needle here and find some compromise, and that's what we're supposed to do. But I also think we have a broader responsibility to try and keep the city out of legal trouble. And I think up until this point, we're walking a very good line on that, despite what people's opinions are. I recognize that development isn't popular. I also recognize that the individual that owns the land that the Aspire subdivision is on, which is the only thing that those amendments addressed, and is the only thing the staff amendment addressed, wanted to be in the city. So they asked to be annexed, and we annexed them. Part of that is because if housing goes there, it will be on city sewer. And the city sewer is an investment that obviously folks in East Missoula made to be part of, but the broader city sewer plant only has so much capacity. And rather than piping it further and further down Mullen Road or into other areas, it's already out there in East Missoula. It's there at the community on the other side of the river that's name I'm blanking on right now, Canyon Village, that Canyon River, that is already in the city. So I think that some of this conversation is kind of missing some of the point. And the conversation about amenities and what's lacking in East Missoula, I agree. But I will say, as I've said before, that a chunk of that is because the residents of East Missoula have fought so hard to not be annexed into the city. And that original annexation agreement not to annex, the first 10-year agreement, was so that the special district or special improvement district to pay for the sewer wouldn't be a double burden on, hey, you're paying extra for this sewer infrastructure and you're paying city taxes. That's come and gone. And we're still kind of in this place where there's a volunteer fire department and our fire department backs them up. We tend to go to calls at certain times more than others out there. There are realities that East Missoula is fighting for this rural environment while also benefiting from being 10 minutes from the courthouse. You could get to East Missoula from here quicker than you could get to most of the out parts of Ward 2, 44 Ranch, the areas where we are sprawling. And so if you asked me when we approved Aspire, and if you ask me now, the density connected to and touching East Missoula makes more sense than going out beyond the Ranch Club and putting more density out there. So I think that we are so hyper-focused on this one piece because we've heard from a lot of passionate neighbors, and I get it. But I think that when you step back and you look at the broader picture of how we're handling density across the community, I recognize why staff made the original recommendation to approve the Aspire subdivision 2 years ago, and I recognize why council voted to approve it then. And I'm not comfortable with the way some of the comments have kind of gone to say, by doing this, we're undoing that. And so I will be supporting the staff amendments. And I honestly wish that we hadn't passed the amendment on Wednesday, because I think that it opened up a can of worms that we should not have opened up.
Thank you, Councilor Nugent, for your comments. And any other comments from council? Any other comments from council before we take votes on these amendments and then take a break? Councilor McCoy, is this a back and forth? Because I'm going to ask that it not be. We've been here a lot. People want to break. If there's a really important piece of information that you need to share, I'd allow it. Otherwise, I really don't want it back and forth. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, folks. Folks have had a chance to ask questions. Folks have had a chance to provide comments. And I'm going to ask that we go through each amendment and take a council vote. So let's start at the top. Those are both staff amendments. And staff, you have those written up easily to see on a slide. I'd ask that you share those. So we're going to take each amendment individually, but I believe they're both on one slide. Go ahead and share those now. And Councilor Nugent, you made the motion. It's staff's recommendation, but I'm going to ask you to go ahead and carry these forward if that's okay?
Yes, I put the staff recommended motions on the floor. So.
Okay, all right, great. So we're gonna need, so these are on the floor, and help me out here, additional staff recommend. These are both amendments, correct? Correct, okay. Okay, so we're gonna take the first one, titled Unified Development Code, Amendment Number 1, in the final City Council amendments document dated January 30th, 2026. Staff recommend that council move to adopt Amendment Number 1 from the document titled Final City Council Approved Amendments to the Unified Development Code 13026 to further simplify language and provide clarity on subdivision exemptions. Ms. Trimble will take a roll call vote on Amendment Number 1.
All right, 1 second. All right. Voting on the UDC to adopt amendment number 1 from the document titled Final City Approved Amendments 13026, beginning with Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Trask.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
McCoy.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Ponton.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
And Cheryl.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you all very much. We'll move on to the second proposed staff amendment, which you see on your screen there, zoning map. Amendments in number 27 in the final City Council approved zoning map amendments from 13026. Again, they're on the floor, but I'll read it again for the record. Staff recommend that council move to change the zoning map designation for the Aspire subdivision parcel from urban residential 3 U-R3 to urban residential 2 U-R2 and revoke the prior LUP place type amendment, restoring the place type to urban residential high. We'll do a roll call vote.
Maybe. Right, voting on the zoning map, just read amendment number 27. Beginning with Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Trask.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
McCoy.
No.
Nelson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Ponton.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
That's 9 in favor, 3 opposed. The amendment passes.
Okay, thank you all very much. We'll move on now to amendment number 3. I do believe amendment number 3 was actually in written text. Councilor Jones, is that correct? That's what we saw on the screen earlier. So as I turn that over to you, staff, if you could place that on the screen, please, for clarity for council as well as those watching online and in the audience. Great, great. Oh, and Claire has it. Thank you.
All right, voting on the amendment to change the 14 and 1500 blocks of South 4th Street. Beginning with Campbell.
Yes.
Trask.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
McCoy.
Yes.
Melson,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Compton,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
and Becerra.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we're at our final amendment. That's number 4. And Ms. Trimble, you had written out that language so well. Might you either, okay, if you can share it on your screen, great, or at least please read it aloud.
I have this as a crass amendment to revoke the language changes outlined in Amendment 17 as listed in the final City Council approved amendments to the Unified Development Code as follows. Revoke the text changes in the descriptions number 2 and number 3 standards overview and retain the changes listed in table 4.3.03-3 building placement.
Okay.
Revoke revoked text changes. Add back, I'm not sure the best way to say that, but we have in the amendment, we have revoke revoked text changes, so add them back in.
Revoke the text changes, adding them back in. Yep. Okay.
Everyone know what we're talking about? Unredline the red lines.
We're removing the red line.
We're ready for a vote?
We're ready for a vote.
All right. Beginning with Krask.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
McCoy.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Compton.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
And Campbell.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate getting through that as one package together. Before we break for a personal needs break, I want to just mention the rest of the process. We'll come back and give the opportunity for council to make final comments before taking a vote on the final package of the Unified Development Code and amendments to the Our Missoula 2045 Land Use Plan. Before I let council go, those that are having technical problems, an issue may be that you're logged in as a guest and not your city accounts. If that's the case, please log out and try again. Okay, then I'm not having any issues, and that's what Claire was observing from the back there. So if you can give it a try, that might help. So we are going to come back and vote on both of these agenda items, the land use plan and the Unified Development Code, in 13 minutes, so at 9:50 p.m. Brief intermission. Thanks, folks. Okay, folks, 1 minute. Let's get seated. We're going to get started. Okay, 30 seconds. If you have to wrap up your conversation, you can do so outside on the sidewalk. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, folks, I'm going to call us back to order at 9:49 p.m. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Where we left off is that council voted on each of the amendments. So we have amended motions now on the floor. And so that now is what we would consider the full package, ready for our final vote. I want to make sure that council members have the opportunity to ask any last questions before we move forward with council comments. I assume that the council will want to comment before the vote. And so let's make sure now that there are any questions from council. If there's anything that is hanging out there, we can get answered. All right, I don't see any hands raised. Councillor Campbell.
Sorry, it took me a second to find the hand symbol on my computer here. I'm sure it's appropriate at this particular juncture, but I'm just wondering if there's going to be some sort of presentation of how this all gets executed, implemented going forward with, because I've had people reach out to me just kind of wondering or kind of standing by and see how this all shakes out and going forward, what the process is for people submitting like land use applications or development applications under the new UDC and how it's going to work out. And, you know, if there's bumps along the way, if there's going to be accommodation giving from the developer point of view as far as like submittal deadlines, timeframes, fees, and, you know, if there's some sort of administrative hiccup along the way that they won't, you know, there's a concern that there's a hiccup along the way with the UDC and something has to be ferreted out, that they may be on the hook for additional review or fees or something along those lines. But just maybe speak to how it all rolls out and unfurls once it's approved.
Erin, you want to take that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about essentially what happens next. And so the code will come into effect 30 days after adoption per state law. Regarding transitions for projects in the pipeline, applications that are deemed complete before the effective date of the transition will be reviewed under the rules in place at that time, so Title 20. Ones that come in after that effective date or that want to be reviewed under that effective date kind of have a choice between being reviewed under Title 20 and under the new UDC during that transition period that you saw on a slide earlier tonight in the amendment process. The city is going to work to provide a lot of education during that transition period, update our web resources, and really train staff well on how to implement the new code. Phase 2 essentially begins after the effective date, but we do need to scope a work plan, and we need to work with the mayor's office, and we have a lot of great feedback from council and others about how we should prioritize those phase 2 tasks. And so once we've prioritized what that phase 2 will look like, we'll set some timelines to those projects, and we'll be able to come back and update council on what that process looks like. I think importantly in phase 2 is that commitment that if implementation reveals to us any provision that is causing unintended or negative impacts, it will bring those forward for targeted clarification early in that process. We want to fix unintended consequences as we find them, especially if we find them to be a large impact. Related to fees, we're not updating the fee schedule at this point in time. I imagine we'll take a look at that with the budget process for the next fiscal year and determine if any of those fees need to be adjusted. So developers aren't going to be hit with any new unidentified fees. We're sticking to that schedule that's in place at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Great. Thank you for your question. Any additional questions before comments? Okay. All right. Looks like we got every question answered that's possible. No, I'm kidding. I know it's been a lot. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start with council comments, and I'll start with Counselor Jones to my right. I'm just going to work my way around the horseshoe this way. All right. Counselor Jordan, did you have a question?
No, but I raised my hand first. So I was just excited to give my
Cool.
comment first, but then you started with Ms. Jones, so it's
All
okay.
right. All right. All right. But it turns out your hand worked this time. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'll be right to you in a second here.
Okay, well, I'm happy to go first with comments. I've been thinking about this for the last few days. And I kind of wanted to go back to the genesis of this project. It was close to 4 years ago when this originally started. So we keep seeing 3 years, but we're actually in our 4th year of work on this project. The pandemic had been entrenched for a couple of years. We had ARPA dollars, and one of the mandates with ARPA dollars was working on housing to get folks housed. Our housing prices had gotten already sky high back in 2022. The Montana legislature in the last, it was 2 sessions ago, passed the Montana Land Use Planning Act, which told all Montana cities and towns to not only update their growth policy, but to do it with an eye towards extrapolating out how many folks they thought would be moving into their community in the next 20 years and plan that land use plan accordingly. Used to be a growth policy, now it's a land use plan. And then zone, in other words, implement that land use plan. Don't just put it on the shelf to gather dust, but actually implement it. And then all of the time, I've been on council, this is my 11th year, the entire time we've always heard that our code is hard to work with. It is contradictory. It takes way too much staff time, and staff time means that the private sector is spinning their wheels, not getting projects built very quickly, and time is money. So all of these things kind of were converging at the same time. And so this project was started. And it was a golden opportunity to have these ARPA dollars to do this holistically and to do it in depth and do a quality project. So I can't believe the amount of work staff has put in on this, but we keep thanking them. That's why it's been a hard one. We spent the first couple of years really working on a huge amount of community outreach. I know not everyone in Missoula knows about this, but a lot of people do. We had consultants. We did a lot of analysis of what we had on the ground, what those neighborhoods looked like, what types of amenities were there. Really tried to create a strong foundation so that when we were then figuring out how to plan for the next 30,000 people in the next 20 years, what that would look like. And we spent a lot of time articulating our values. The instigating issue was affordable housing. And I think we need to keep that in mind, because if people can't afford to live here, they don't live here. So affordable housing, but also equity, and equity across our neighborhoods, climate goals, and then how to have a human scale in terms of how do we promote community with our built environment. There can be inclusive communities where the built environment really contributes to social connection and neighbors take care of neighbors and know their neighbors. There can be built communities that isolate people, and we've heard comments about that tonight. So that keeping our neighborhood character, keeping that community focus was a big part of this. So I just wanted to kind of lay that foundation. That's how we went in. That's why we started this project. That's how we approached it. And like I said, 30,000 new residents in the next 20 years. Missoula is changing, and there's no going back to 1972. I always tell my husband, like, this is it. We're moving forward. So that means we have to focus on the choices that we make. And we either change our built environment to accommodate more residents as best we can, to try and as best we can make it affordable, make it inclusive, make it welcoming, or we don't change. And if we don't change, there are ramifications from that. And the way I see it, it means we're basically building a wall around Missoula, and a lot of people can't live here. And if you don't have your working folks living in your community, there's a huge amount of ramifications. So I know that with every project we do, there are people who are unhappy, or well, they'll like this component, they won't like that component. But I just wanted to remind folks of why we're doing this. And that's the why. So we've had years of work with the public. Public has been very engaged, and thanks to all these people who have engaged, the staff, the planning board spent months on this, the council. I think we have a really thoughtful code, and it kind of came down to changing our equations. How do we become more dense? How do we create a more urban built environment? That involves easing some regulations. It means building more densely. It means tweaking things here and there. But all of this just means we have to compromise to change the old patterns. And I think we've worked really hard to focus more density where there is transit, where people can walk to amenities, where there are main corridors. So it's tried to be really logical as opposed to just build everything everywhere. No, it's been very, very thoughtful, trying to build more densely where it's really going to work well. We've also encouraged mixed use, which means you have commercial on the lower floors, residential up higher. And this is a model that's been used for centuries. And it can be a great living experience and very walkable. So we're encouraging a lot of mixed use, and then scaling it so that it's not so extreme to compromise the feel of a neighborhood. Those neighborhoods are going to change, but what's an acceptable amount of change so that people will accept it, embrace it, acknowledge it's different, but it's okay, as opposed to having something so overwhelmingly large that it alienates people in the neighborhood. So those have been our goals. I hope we fulfill those goals. This is going to be an ongoing project. We already have a list of priorities for phase 2, and I hope staff all get to take a long vacation and then come back before we dig in on phase 2. But there's some really important things that we still need to work out. But the bottom line is, I just hope the community supports this and does not balk at change, because I think if we can embrace this change, it will work to keep Missoula vibrant, inclusive, community-oriented, and maybe it's a place where our grandkids can live. And 20 or 30 years from now, everybody's going to have to do this all over again. But for now, I think it's a big step forward. But I hope people understand why we're doing it and can support it. So I'm happy to vote yes on all of the motions.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Savage.
You really are just going this way, aren't you? All right. I'll be brief. First of all, I wanted to say a huge thank you to staff. I know that we've said that over and over again, and I don't think that there's any way we could possibly comprehend the amount of work and the amount of back and forth and the amount of sort of understanding, the depth of the knowledge that you've all had to gain to do this, and then, bringing it to a group of people who are not experts. Your depth of patience is also really appreciated, I would say. And I'm just going to say a few things that I said in committee Wednesday, but just to get them on the record here. So in 2009, I moved to the north side with my family, my very young family. I think I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old at the time. The north side's a pretty dense neighborhood. My street was 3.5 blocks long. And from the time I moved there in 2009 to the time I moved away in 2025, we had 22 houses built on that 3.5 block stretch. And there were single family homes with the exception of one duplex. And so they were tucked in, they were put in small places. There was a tiny house village. There's all manner of things. And, as I said last week, it's livable. We have lots of new neighbors. And, we did have to talk to the city about getting some traffic calming on our street, and part of that had to do with just how much the entire north side has grown. Our street would be a cut through, and so a lot of streets on the north side have experienced that. And so what I'm hoping for in this code, and why I'm happy to support it, is I hope that we can get equity across our neighborhoods. For the last several years, I think we've seen a lot of growth, a lot of density in Missoula, and that growth and density has really been relegated to about 3 neighborhoods. And those neighborhoods have taken on sort of, some may call the burden of affordability.
And I hope that this code will make it so that every neighborhood can do their part, and every neighborhood can welcome new neighbors. Every neighborhood can have more density. And I know that's not popular with everyone, but Missoula is growing, as Ms. Jones said. And, this is a code for the next 20 years. And I'm proud to vote for it tonight. I think that we've had a lot of good conversation, a lot of good public engagement, and I really do hope that it can help bring equity across Missoula. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Savage. Councilor Becerra.
Thank you. A couple of things. Let me go back first too. I think we have all been incredibly grateful for all the work that our staff has put into this endeavor. And I have always known that we have a great planning staff in the city of Missoula, but this process has confirmed it for me. Not only professional, but dedicated, thoughtful, and responsive. The job of planning a community that addresses our current challenges and a community that is planned with a vision for how we want to look in the future is not just the job of the planners and the elected officials. It is the job of everyone, developers, advocates, members of the community. And I was talking to a friend of mine who holds, he's a city councilor in Rochester, New York, and we were, talking about the challenges of making some of these really tough decisions and what we struggle with when we're faced with these, challenges. And he later sent that quote to me, and it's, "If you want to make everyone happy, don't be a leader, sell ice cream." That's what Steve Jobs apparently said regarding making difficult decisions. And I feel like that resonates with me. I think this UDC is a balancing act. There are many competing interests and issues to address under one document. And we don't know yet if this code will accomplish everything that it intends to do. And as I've said it before, it is a living document. We'll have to adjust the different levers that control how we function as a community. Housing, transportation, climate, open space. These are big issues that will continue to require tweaking as we move forward. I want to thank everyone who got involved during this process, and I want to encourage you to remain engaged as this code gets implemented. We need all voices at the table, and in order to make this code work for everyone, we need those voices. I'm a huge believer in the power of engagement, and I feel at ease that I have made my decisions throughout this process with the input of many of my constituents and those with expertise in the fields that affect and are affected by this code. This is a monumental task that we as a community have just completed. So let's give life to these hundreds of pages of hard work. And thank you again. I also want to take a little bit of time to address something that's been, that we've been getting in emails from different people in the community, and it has to do with walkability. There was a Missoulian article that I think inflated the issue of Bill 2 standards and walkability. And as someone who has been, more than a decade working or involved in the fields of land use, transportation, planning, I think it's important to keep a couple of things in mind. And I want to share those with you. I did a little bit of Googling and researching and trying to, I got back to some of the sources that I usually use to guide some of my decisions. Walkability, what we're talking about here in this code, is more about the relationship of the built environment to the public infrastructure. How, as pedestrians, we interface with those buildings. And less about walkability in terms of a function. In fact, an amendment this council passed unanimously requires installation or improvements of right-of-way as a function of development. And that is at the core of walkability. By definition, walkability is the ability to safely walk to services and amenities within a reasonable distance, usually defined as a walk of 30 minutes or less. For the purpose of this UDC, we used a quarter mile or a 10-minute walk for some methodologies. Grounded in the belief that reducing the need for private vehicle use improves quality of life for urban dwellers, walkability is a planning concept. that encourages mixed-use, high-density neighborhoods where people can access essential services and amenities by foot. This amendment that we passed regarding the Bill 2 standards does not take away the ability to walk to essential services out. In fact, the right-of-way improvements requirements amendment will increase the infrastructure that is essential to achieving walkability. There are many ways that we can measure walkability. One of the most well-known and common one is the walk score. It evaluates walkability based on proximity to key destinations, population density, and metrics include block length and intersection density. It doesn't take into account condition of sidewalks or unsafe crosswalks. The score rates a neighborhood on a scale from 0 to 100 and from 90 to 100. The 90 to 100 indicates the walker's paradise, where daily errands do not require a car, and a score of 0 to 24 indicates a car-dependent area. I would venture to say that the walk scores in Missoula vary greatly across the community, even when the zoning designation is the same. So, we can also guide development of walkable communities by making strategic land use decisions and ensure that mixed-use development and a variety of housing types, including features that regulate frontages, strategic window or door placement to better address pedestrian safety. Sorry, I know I'm getting lengthy here, but I just want to make sure that the reason I supported that amendment is in part because I want businesses that need the flexibility from these requirements to continue to exist in our neighborhoods and not be pushed out to areas such as Reserve Street, and thus exacerbating problems in that area. I think this be a really good conversation to have as we move forward in phase 2 of the UDC. I think it requires more research and analysis and a more granular look at the different mixed-use districts in our community, and I really look forward to that conversation in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Becerra. Councilor Ponton.
Thanks, Mayor Davis. I had to double check the calendar. Feels like 4 months, but it has actually only been 4 weeks since I joined council. So this has been quite the project to walk into. But I think Councilor Jones started this off well in just mentioning and reinforcing the need for housing. I like to think about sort of numbers and very data driven. And if you look at a 2-person household, the 100% of that area median income is about $78,000. And if you're a subscriber to the sort of lending rule of thumb that you should spend 28% of your gross income on housing, that means you're looking for a $315,000 home, which also assumes you have 20% cash to put down. Trick is, in 2025, the median price of a home in Missoula is about $550K. So about a 75% delta there, and on the rental side of things, those are up 68% in the last 5 years. So with that, I think, the work we've done in here, on this project, provides some meaningful and tangible solutions to increase density and increase housing opportunities in Missoula. And I feel very fortunate to have been part of the process for at least the last 4 weeks. So just want to take this moment to again extend a sincere thanks and huge appreciation for the staff and to my colleagues on council and the mayor's office as well. So I feel very proud and very fortunate to be able to vote on this tonight. And yeah, just thanks everybody.
All right, thank you, Councilor Ponton. Councilor Krask.
Yeah, thank you. I just first and foremost wanted to express gratitude to city staff. I echo Councilor Savage. Your depth of patience is admirable and so appreciated. To constituents and members of the public for providing lots of public comment and feedback and being engaged. The groups who lent their expertise and spent lots of time over coffee and chatting on walks, and colleagues for helping me navigate this process as a new counselor with slightly more time than Councilor Ponton, but not much. I too am excited for housing, climate, and equity as pillars of our community as we move forward. And I really do believe that Missoula is a city of good neighbors, and I feel so grateful to be a part of this community. I also look forward to continuing the work on this in phase 2 and beyond. I think we're in an exciting moment, and I think we're well posed and supported from all angles to move forward.
Missoula needs to house and welcome those who make Missoula what it is, whether that's teachers, nurses, artists, elders, and everyone in between. And I'm hugely in support of this in an effort to have a Missoula that's livable for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Grask. Councilor Nelson.
Thanks, Mayor Davis. I just started my third year on council, a little bit more time than you two. And I just want to briefly reflect on sort of my experience through this process and this moment. You know, when I decided to run, I tried to anticipate the decisions that I would face over my term. And I understood really early on that updating our land use plan and adopting a new UDC would be one of the most consequential actions that I and this council likely took over the course of my term. And these are decisions that will continue to shape Missoula over the long haul, well beyond after I leave my seat at the end of next year. So candidly, I was really underprepared and overwhelmed. And so I tried to up my game. You know, like I sought out a fellowship through the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, specifically to prepare myself for this process. I tried to study how other cities wrestled with growth, equity, climate, and housing. I tried to understand the trade-offs that are embedded in land use decisions and the responsibility that comes with balancing those competing interests that we find in our growing community. And after all that, I sit here and I am feeling the weight of this decision. I don't know about you guys, but this is a profound moment, I think. And one thing I learned during my time in the fellowship is that land use decisions are not abstract. They really do shape our daily life. They often can't be undone easily either. I've said before that zoning is a communication tool. It's how the city communicates intent about what we value, about what we prioritize, about what kind of place we're trying to build together. When zoning is clear and consistent and established in our land use plan, it builds and communicates that trust with our community. Residents can plan their lives knowing that the rules won't shift or be selectively loosened depending on who's asking. The process has been really difficult for me, not because I oppose growth or housing, but because I've struggled with what felt like an imbalance in how those needs are centered and how we refine and define this code. We've often heard from a group called frequent code users. These are the developers, the designers, and the consultants that work within code every single day. And I just want to be really clear that their experience matters. Their expertise has helped shape and refine the code so that it's functional for those practitioners. And I was really concerned at times that the process had drifted towards accommodating those interests in ways that treated the community shaping standards, if you will, as sort of optional obstacles. And landscaping, I think, is a good one. Good example of that tension that I really struggled with throughout the process. You know, occasionally landscaping was framed as like ornamental or unwanted, something decorative that could be removed to make more projects pencil. But landscaping it's not decorative. It's green infrastructure that provides environmental services. It's permeable ground that absorbs stormwater, it moderates heat, it softens the edge in really dense development. It's often the only patch of outdoor space available for someone living in high-density developments, especially if there's no park nearby. And that tension was difficult for me because I wish that we had leaned more broadly, not into exemption or subtraction, but into activation. Like rather than asking, should we remove landscaping to build more units? We could have asked, how do we make landscaping work better for the community? How do we turn these silly, unwanted lawns into functional green infrastructure with bioswales that actually really do make an impact for our stormwater and create that edge for high density developments? To me, like reflecting on the process, like that's been the metaphor for me throughout this whole thing. So yeah, I too want to thank and commend the extraordinary amount of work that our staff put into this effort. It was an incredibly complex process, and I really appreciate the seriousness with which all my colleagues approached this as well, and all the constituents that engaged in it. I also know that this isn't the end of the conversation. The code will evolve. Phase 2 will give us more opportunities to refine what didn't land right and to strengthen what works and to reactivate all of those 8 values that we hold near and dear and that are built into this plan. So with that, I just want to end by saying, like, thank you to the staff, to council, to the people that were engaged, to the frequent code users. It's not perfect, but I'm proud of what we accomplished, and I think we will continue to make small tweaks to make it even better. Let's focus on the activation part.
Thank you, Councillor Melson. And Councillor Jordan.
Yeah, look, this has been a massive undertaking, and we have only just kind of been a part of it. The staff have really put in a lot of time and energy, and keeping track of amendments and making sure that we're not doubling up on ourselves. So I really wanted to say thank you to staff for all the work that you have provided for us to make decisions from. I do think that this is largely a great plan. I do really appreciate the fact that, as you know, my colleague Eric just kind of touched on, we did talk about green infrastructure a bit more and how housing can affect climate change. And I think that, you know, to Ms. Becerra's point, in the policy world, if everybody's a little frustrated with us, then we probably did a pretty good job, which has kind of been the mantra in the last 25 years of my policy work. I do think that Ward 6 is going to see some of the biggest changes, and that is hard for me because, you know, like the Lewis and Clark neighborhood, we do have larger blocks of land that are going to get some of the highest density housing in the entire town, is my prediction. And I don't mind density and I welcome change, but I don't think that Ward 6 is going to be equitably or receive this plan with equality. I think that we are going to be hit the hardest. But again, largely it's a good plan, and I look forward to seeing how it plays out. I also look forward to being the first town in the American West to address affordability through density, because so far it has not been done. There isn't a single town in the American West that has been able to tackle housing affordability through density, and I hope Missoula is the first one. I also am really excited about phase 2 because I think we parked a few things that were really important to quite a few constituents. One of them is finally addressing Fort Missoula and what that plan is going to look like, given that we have private property owners in that development area. I look forward to addressing ADA parking and a transition plan in phase 2 to make sure that we're really on top of our ADA requirements and accountability, and ensuring that our new plan doesn't negatively affect our ADA community. I look forward to figuring out how to properly address River Road, which I think is, as has been touched on, a unique area that is seeing high density, increased traffic, and still has no infrastructure. I also look forward to revisiting the conversation about upzoning of the Lewis and Clark neighborhood, because I think that the comment that it has larger lots that would be more susceptible to larger multifamily developments is just not good enough for a reason to not upzone that. And I feel that that was a conversation I was trying to bring for Ward 6, but it didn't land, but somehow it landed for the Lewis and Clark neighborhood, and I'd like to pick that apart a little bit more. I also really just appreciate all the comments and questions from my colleagues. I think that we have done a good job together listening to input and bringing questions forward and fleshing things out and working collaboratively, and I feel really encouraged by that. So really stoked to have been a part of this process. Look forward to phase 2 and look forward to having affordable housing with all this density we're bringing in.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Phew. I'm not as feeling as articulated as I normally do, but I wanted to start by just trying to address something that I haven't been able to get to because we've been so busy with other things, and just wanted to get it on public record that how important I feel it is for us to, in phase 2, look at the River Road TMU zoning district. I have been working on this diligently for a couple of weeks now, and as I peel this onion back, I continue to find little things that just aren't quite meshing, and I think it reflects the challenge of that area that I believe is, just an immensely awesome neighborhood that reflects really what we're striving for, with a brewery and a bowling alley and a food bank and houses all over the place. And so I just wanted to start by getting it on public record that I appreciate that this is already on the list for phase 2, and that I look forward to like hammering on this and seeing what better we can do with that TMU. And looking at phase 2, I want to bring up something that staff has heard me talk about, I don't know how many times, which is our plan going forward. I'm very excited about phase 2, and I also want to reiterate my hope that we develop a plan that is very clear for our community and for our professionals as we go forward, and not just with phase 2, but phase 3 and phase 4, because it is, in my opinion, that we're going to need to come back to this a few times over the next year to year and a half to really make sure that we're fleshing this out and we're getting things right. And I'm really hopeful that when we develop this phase 2, that we include working group and opportunities with the developmental community to see how things are going, as well as being able to reach out to our community to see how things are going with them. And my hope is that by being able to do that in phase 2, we will be able to easily do that in phase 3 and phase 4, so that we can really fine tune this and amend this and make this a working document, which has been the goal with this since the outset. And next, I would like to thank staff just wholeheartedly, despite a couple of disagreements on some things. I feel like we have been slogging this out together for months. I have only been on council for 6 or 7 weeks, but I have been working on this UDC with staff for months and have spent many, many late nights and long working sessions. And I can't begin to express how impressed and appreciative of your guys' efforts that I am. I also want to extend the same appreciation to my colleagues here on City Council. I have been just immensely encouraged and excited at the level of debate and the level of respect and the consideration that we are bringing to this floor with new counselors such as myself and older counselors, and everybody taking opportunities to speak, everybody trying to get their ideas and things forward. That to me is the heart of what we're doing here, and I just really appreciate everybody's effort and respect and consideration as we've gone through this process. I also want to extend that to our community. We have seen a really great involvement on the community's part and their efforts to sway our decisions and to create input, and as well with our developmental community to get in here and make this really a plan that can move forward and make a difference for our community. So I want to thank our community, as well as encourage you to not let your foot off the gas. Keep coming, keep showing up, keep holding our feet to the fire, because we need your input in order to help make this plan and this code work really well for this community. And I think with that, I am good.
Thank you, Councilor McCoy. Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and I will work to keep my comments brief. I'm, let's see, I think the second longest serving person besides Miss Jones. And I always had said that the reason why I ran for city council is because as a kid growing up in Kalispell, coming to Missoula, it was always like the cool, fun, like big city. And I was like, someday I want to live here and I want to live in a house in the University District. Well, can't really afford that, but I get to live in Missoula, and I've had, there's been a long time since that kid was coming here doing school clothes shopping to me sitting here today, and I've had the privilege an opportunity to travel all over the world, and there is just something incredibly special about Missoula, and I think everyone who loves this community has that same feeling, and I know that it's what drives us sitting up here at the around the Horseshoe to give so much of our time away from our day jobs and our family and our friends to really try to represent our community and try to figure out what the balance of that special sauce that keeps Missoula. And there isn't a set recipe. And so it's a little tweak here and a little tweak there. But I think that we're all striving to keep, the balance of the pressures of growth and the change in our environment, both, built out infrastructure, as well as, the fact that it is February 2nd and there is no snow on the ground. So all of these pressures, but also keeping what is it that makes Missoula such an amazing community that we all are so honored and love to live here. And also, how do we keep this community a vibrant place for people generations to come? So whatever that next kid who's coming to Missoula when they're a young person and says, I want to live in Missoula, will have that opportunity whenever that may be. And that, I think, is a really difficult tension to try to balance. We are asking a lot of this code. It's kind of the Christmas tree. If we want housing, we want affordable housing. Well, we really need housing at all levels. We want to keep in mind livability because, like I said, we want to keep it Missoula. We want to make sure that we are doing what we can to impact climate change and climate needs and understanding, hot zones and permeable surfaces and all of that large scope of things. How do we make sure that we are building out a community that has health and safety and, trying to make sure that we're doing crime prevention by build out design and all those things. How do we continue to make it walkable and vibrant and, all the aspects of, health that are baked into things that none of us knew probably a lot about until we got here on council about how the impacts of being able for a kid to walk to a park and how, the impacts that will have on that kid's life for their lifespan. How do we keep that in mind? How do we keep the charm? What does that mean for any one of us? I think all of us know what we individually love about Missoula, and it may not be the same for everyone, but we all love it with that same individual passion, whether it's to be able to walk to a coffee shop or get to a biking trail or at every single point in between. And so there is a natural tension and a balancing act that I have long said that land use decisions are one of the most difficult things that we have dealt with on council. And I remember being in my onboarding as a new council person. And at that point in time, it was City Attorney Jim Nugent. No, sorry, I just gave you a job upgrade. Ryan, you can, Jim Nugent sitting there and basically putting the fear of God in us about like land use decisions and public, conversations and how, it is the one thing that I think we've seen the most public input and maybe the most tensions rise around land use. And I think why that is because when you build out something, in lots of cases, you fundamentally change the ground and the environment that, if done right, the building will outlive any of us. And so in keeping Missoula and what we love about it so dear to our hearts, and then seeing radical change, it invokes a lot of emotion. And up here, having a very small decision-making space to make those decisions has always been, some of the hardest decisions that I feel personally that I have faced as being on city council. I'm hoping that this code, helps with that in some way. The tension's never going to go away, but I think that one of the exciting things that I remember talking about with Miss Becerra was just sort of like the various like different ways of looking at code and code reform, and I'm totally going to forget the name of the design, that it's like buildings that kind of match and then scales up, and there's a word for it that is completely escaping me at this point in time. So all of those things are kind of baked into all of this, and so the fact that we have spent so much time I think is appropriate given the impacts that this will have on our community now and into the future, and all the things that we hope that this will achieve, and that's baked into that. And I think that I have tried to come into this with assuming good intent, something that, I try to live out in many parts of my life. And I think that if the public can extend that grace to us, we can extend it back and assume we're all trying to have good intent, and that there's just so many competing things, and that we will need to make some changes here and there with the special sauce and the recipe, but that we're all doing it for the right reasons. And but there are no silver bullets and there are no easy fixes. And that is the one thing that I'm constantly reminded of in this position, because if there was, we would have done it by now. Trust me on that. So, and finally, I just want to say the one thing I have consistently said over my time on council is I am always blown away by the level of passion and expertise that are the City of Missoula staff. And you all got to see that firsthand if you've had any interaction with this whole entire process. They are top notch. They do not get to get up here and have their platform to pontificate on whatever comes to their mind like we may do, but they are truly the engine that makes all of this work, and they bring a love of public service and love of their community to their jobs day in and day out. And we are incredibly blessed that the planning staff have all been here. You have seen their expertise in work on the fly. You've seen us put up our city attorney on the spot, which attorneys hate being put on the spot, to answer our random questions in very unarticulated ways. So we appreciate all of that. And I also want to just finally say thank you to Mr. Nugent and Ms. Jones, who through all of the land use work and land use planning that you have been the chair of, it's the hardest committee for a reason, and appreciate you leading us in this effort and being there to answer all of the questions for all of us who do not do this on a day in and day out basis. And that's my extent to Ms. Jones, who has been so helpful to me, who doesn't speak legalese and land use, trying to help make sure that my questions are answered so that I try to limit my stupid questions to a minimum. And then to Miss Cassie Tupard, who is sick, I swear if you need anything, if you need a soup, some brownies, there is a whole council here who I'm sure would be more than happy to bring you a meal delivery. I can't believe we made you sick in this whole process, but thank you to her especially, and to all the rest of the staff. We will have to figure out something to do to just show a small portion of our appreciation, because there's just not a lot that can be said to really adequately portray that. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a long day, so bear with me. I'll just start out like everyone else, of course, thanking staff for your hard work over these past several years, certainly predating my time on council, starting with the land use plan first and working through that. And, I just think back to this entire process and, the extent that we've engaged the public. I don't know if there's any organization in the state or the country for that matter that could duplicate your ability to engage on so many different levels, be it, on the internet, in person, public forums, open houses, public meetings, other get-together, work group sessions with, various stakeholders in the community, with parks, transportation planners, developers, and bring that all together. I mean, it's truly is a remarkable job you all have done here for those many years. So I'll just start with that. My hopes going forward with this, I hope that we're putting our best foot forward with trying to address, some of the pressing issues that will be coming toward us in the coming years. Housing affordability has been, a big problem here for many years now. And, we've heard the numbers constantly about how many housing units we need to start up in the city from one year to the next, around 1,900 units or so. I'm hoping that this development code, lays the groundwork for at least accommodating a system to where, development community could feel comfortable with coming in and have predictability in the process, have a streamlined process that they don't have to, constantly struggle to get through and, take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back kind of thing that, word gets around that, city of Missoula is, open for business in terms of, getting, meaningful development here. And I think the land use plan and development code have been put together in such a way that, does it appropriately, does it, with the services and amenities and the infrastructure that are here in the city now and building out from that, starting with, the central core areas and putting the higher density developments in those more appropriate areas. And then out from there, just offer more flexibility and more options for, commercial development, industrial development, neighborhood commercial and, better integration of communities and therefore fostering, more use of public transportation, walkability, integrating with our PROS plan for parks and our transportation system to, hopefully set the stage for, a more robust, development situation here in town from here on out. I know a lot of it has to do with, of course, on the developer side with market conditions and price of materials. And, those are things that we can't at all control. I mean, so there's only so much we could do, but I feel what we're setting here, the framework, what we're setting here, and it'll be tweaked going forward, lays a good foundation of, fostering, what it is we need to accomplish and what it is, obviously through the surveys, neighborhood surveys that we've done over these past number of years that show that Missoulians, value housing and value housing affordability. And, there have been certainly groups very supportive of, housing and housing affordability. And, I think, we're doing as much as we can, as best we can with this plan going forward. One thing I'll bring up is that I'm kind of, somewhat excited about, typically speaking, is, we're going to be, with approval of this UDC, the first community in the state of Montana to abolish parking mandates. And, I'm kind of excited to see how that's going to pan out here. I just feel, my reasoning behind that, first of all, was that, just, from a libertarian standpoint, the idea that, so much of what government does is top down, heavy handed. Here's an opportunity for, people come in with these commercial industrial type developments, the people who own those businesses and buy the land and want to develop, they know what's best for their developments. They know what's best for the business they're trying to set up. And I think they're the ones that should be left to decide, how much parking they think they need to succeed. If they undercut it, they're only hurting themselves. So I don't think that's going to happen. One thing I've had issue with, not long after we passed that amendment on parking, was an article from a local media outlet. I'm going to mention, but council votes to remove all parking requirements for new Missoula developments, and OMG, what I hear on social media, and it's like, what are you doing? You're going to remove all parking. What are we supposed to do with our cars? Sell them? It just, I don't think it was presented as well as it could have been. Certainly the headline, I feel, was somewhat misleading, and particularly when it's from a site where, you hit a paywall and, some people just assume too much. And in social media these days, in social media these days, I'll be honest with this media outlet or any media outlet, you look at the headline, people don't click to open the article. They just look at the headline and they make their decisions based on that. And, it was a bad read. But I think just for purpose of clarification, I have to say, a lot of comments came in as far as like residential parking. And the amendment did nothing for residential parking. So much of what constrains the city of Missoula on residential parking comes from the state and legislators in Helena. And, that's where that comes from. It doesn't come from any amendment we made or any proposal or anything here at the city code. That's a state thing, and that's something that's been there for quite a while now. And as far as the rest of it, again, going back to what I said about, individual choice for businesses and opportunities to put into parking they feel they need to succeed. And just going through the Uniform Development Code, I just pulled up the parking section here. There's still a lot here that folks have to abide by if they're going to develop. There's ingress, egress requirements, there's parking stall dimension requirements, there's snow removal requirements. If they're going to have parking, right off the bat, there's going to be ADA kicking in for, as we heard from staff a week ago, even just one spot. More than likely, that first spot's going to be an ADA spot. There's maintenance requirements. There's still, if a business wants to have a drive-through, there's still drive-through requirements as far as lane length and, so forth. So to say that the city of Missoula had completely abolished and threw out parking regulations is a bit misleading. I guess I'm putting it a little mildly, but anyway, I digress. I just say this. I would say at the end of the day, we're in a good place. I look forward to the tweaks that will be coming in phase 2 and so forth. This may be one of them, but I think this is a great starting point for the city. I think there's a fair chance that the UDC may outlive me. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But nonetheless, I'm getting a little tired, and I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Counselor Campbell.
I'm not,
Counselor Cheryl.
I'm very close to losing it right now. I just have to tell you. Oh, Bob. I will not be coming for E. Griffin. I don't even know how to follow that, to be honest. I do think I have this habit that my husband laughs about, and we'll be on vacation. I'll say, "Get that picture; it's so beautiful." And I want you to get the horse, and I want you to get the barn, and I want you to get that old car over there in that barn, and the lake's really pretty. And he's like, "There's no way I can get all those things into this picture." And so we laugh about that, and I think that's a little bit what have asked staff to do. Is, getting what's in front of us, what's behind us on all sides, and then trying to thread the needle through that. And I think they've done an amazing job with this. And I know that they have worked for years on it. We have experts in every different department that has worked on it. And then they brought it to council. And we spent days and days and hours amending it. And that is our job, and I'm happy that we did that, and I'm happy that we had all the discussions that we have had around this. We spent 5 full days going through amendments, and one of the things that I had said on the floor is that, if there has been any time in I think this is my 7th year on council, that I have felt the direct tension between groups that normally come out for the same thing, it was on this. We had housing and environmental groups that were asking us to do different things. We had city staff that
thought it was best to do one thing, and we had developers and architects that were well respected that were asking us to do others. So this was a very, for me, I think one of my colleagues had tired. Maybe Eric said, that he feels the weight of this, and I feel the weight of this. And someone also said that if everyone's just a little mad at you, you're probably doing the right thing. And so I feel like we've hit a good balance for on this. And I think that being able to come in on round 2, and I really appreciate staff's willingness to kind of keep track of all those and being open to changing course. As a council person, I think that we make mistakes sometimes up here and that we need to change them. And that is people's complaint about government. And so I have no shame in doing that. If we need to change something, I will be the first one that's jumping in and happy to lead that charge as needed. So I think my colleagues have said really everything else I need to say. I think this is a good plan. A giant effort. Thank you to all the staff that has just worked endlessly on this. I know we're almost there, and I know you've put your hearts in it without really anything for you other than being really good at your job. And I say that about myself being on council. I have no reason to be here other than trying to do the right thing for this community. And I think this is a good example of that. I want to thank the mayor for leading this. I also want to thank President Nugent because his leadership has just been crucial in this, and his knowledge of land use has been really, really helpful and he's put just endless hours in. So, and thank you to everyone for engaging, as well as our community. We have had between the planning board, which I don't know if everyone realized that when Sean was talking earlier, he was on the planning board for a long time. And so he really has engaged from the beginning. But from the planning board through this whole process, we have just had a lot of public comment, and I think it's great. And now I'm going to start digressing if I don't stop. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilor Sherrill. And Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. First, I want to thank my colleagues for the sheer amount of time and effort that has gone into this. Not only our colleagues on council, but the great Missoulians who volunteer to be on the Planning Commission. I know Mr. McCoy previously chaired that. Our current chair is in the back of the room. And I just appreciate everybody's time and effort and recognize that sometimes we agree on amendments and sometimes we agree on things and sometimes we don't. But I actually think of all the processes I've been on in my time on council, this has been the most enjoyable from the standpoint of not knowing where everybody was going to end up on every amendment and being able to kind of hear different perspectives and see different vote outcomes. And I really think that speaks to a process where we were all just trying to do the best we could for what we think Missoula needs for now and for the future. I did a little math with Aaron. Since November 18th alone, we've spent roughly 75 hours in public meetings on this code between council and the Planning Commission. So about 36 hours at the Planning Commission and 39 hours at council. And that doesn't include the general kind of information sessions we held before the final code was transmitted to us. I just think that's a massive amount of public on-the-record discussion, amendment work, and scrutiny. I think that we heard a lot of comments about slowing down or earlier on in the process not going fast enough, sometimes from the same people. And I just think that sometimes, there's no such thing as a perfect public process, but I think this process that started 3+ years ago with the city and Common Good kicking off this large engagement process, and then it leading up to this point, amendments come from elected officials at the end, and that's just the way things go, but it certainly doesn't dismiss anything that got us to that point in the conversation. I wanted to quickly touch on a couple things from public comments tonight, just for the broader community. There are tools we are already using, like land trusts. Rivara is a good example. The city of Missoula is as invested in land trusts as any community in Montana for sure, probably beyond, honestly, but I just don't know that. and they'll continue to be part of the solution. They just aren't the only solution, and that's kind of what code is about. There's this broader affordability housing picture that has to include market rate housing, because the definition, by definition, many people earning at or above the area median income still can't afford the median priced home. My council colleague, Mr. Ponton, was getting at that, because those two numbers aren't necessarily linked. The economy and the housing market are not the same thing, and they are tilted by different levers. And I think we're seeing that across western Montana and most of Montana, and Missoula is no different. Every amendment that I brought forward actually came from public comment and testimony throughout the process. I sat through almost all of the planning board with staff. More on that in a minute. That process, I took detailed notes. And I think that whether some of those amendments were things I ended up supporting or not, I think it was important to have those conversations on the floor. And to Mr. McCoy's point, I think we did. I think we've touched on a lot of topics, and we've certainly opened up our list for phase two. One of those big things is obviously walkability. It's been a big theme in our conversations. I do agree that it's important to underline that core walkability, sidewalks, connectivity, boulevards, street trees, is stronger in this code than it has ever been. And I think when most people hear of walkability, those are the things they think of, that core infrastructure, not necessarily the building placement rules or the facade design. But I do think that it's important to recognize that how those impact that walking environment are important. And I look forward to those conversations in our next phase. I do think that some of the coverage maybe misled that conversation, that we've abandoned walkability, and I would just say that's not true. I personally prefer more urban building design, and I'm committed to coming back to that more surgically, to look at the map where those stricter standards might make sense right now, and then possibly where it makes more sense in the future as well. And I think, to be clear, when new commercial construction comes under this code, so do sidewalks and the associated right-of-way improvements. You know, one commenter noted that the more restrictive and complex we make zoning, the easier it can be for well-resourced players to navigate it, but the harder it becomes for the little guy to participate. And that is something, that's an outcome that I'm not interested in. I think this code is a clear step forward from the previous code, Title 20, on both housing and livability. I think it opens the door for more homes in more parts of town while modernizing outdated standards that have slowed infill and added costs without clear public benefit at times. I think we've substantially increased capacity for a range of those housing types that we've been talking about for 3+ years: apartments, row houses, missing middle options, especially in higher opportunity areas where we've mapped and kind of identified, removed arbitrary caps like maximum units per building that made it harder to deliver that attainable unit in walkable locations. And I think that's work to be proud of. I think we keep core environmental and climate commitments in place. Those sidewalks and boulevard spaces that I referenced, the street tree requirements remain. Landscaping expectations are at least as strong as they are today under current code. And large paved areas still must carry meaningful landscaping and shade to address heat and stormwater, which I know many of you around this horseshoe find important. The activity area standards are now more calibrated. They still require close to home outdoor space for residents, but they scale better to project size, recognize that different tenants might have different interests, and balconies and patios might be creative to some and not others, and allows for more creative options like pollinator gardens, and encourages infill where we want it, which is near parks, near services, in downtown, and when it makes sense for qualifying affordable housing as well. The mixed use and the walkability amendments, I think, preserve public infrastructure that actually makes that walking possible, while addressing that one size fits all frontage rule in some of the corridors. And that's what I'm really looking forward to the most in that phase 2, is kind of looking at that cost and complexity and seeing what'll work so that local small businesses aren't harmed by some of these regulations that maybe didn't have guaranteed design benefits. Councilman Campbell referenced the parking minimums eliminated, which I think is one of the most significant pro-housing, pro-climate reforms we can make. This allows more of a site to be used for homes and active space instead of mandatory asphalt, while it still lets projects provide parking where the market's going to demand it, and we know that it will. This code is clearer and more predictable. It consolidated standards, updated definitions, has fewer conflicting rules to give residents, builders, and staff a simpler playbook, which is one of the goals that we set out for 3+ years ago. It should reduce delays, hopefully litigation risk, uncertainty that ultimately shows up in project costs. I think that all is getting better because of the work that we've put in over the last 75 hours and the last 3+ years. I think equity is better addressed than in our current system. More neighborhoods share responsibility for accommodating growth. We pair that with standards for trees, shade, outdoor space, so that renter-heavy areas are not asked to accept worse environmental conditions. I also think that our amendments reflect extensive public input, as I mentioned, and staff analysis. We made targeted changes where the adoption draft overshot or undershot. We didn't abandon the core goals of our Missoula 2045, which were more homes, more choices, and more climate resilient, walkable neighborhoods. There's always going to be more work to do. And finally, I just want to repeat what many of you said, which is the adoption does not end this conversation. It just gives us a much stronger baseline. The code explicitly contemplates the phase 2 list and the refinements that we've been talking about, so we can monitor those outcomes, listen to those lived experiences, and adjust standards with real experiences. I want to close by, again, thanking staff for the years of work, the passion you've brought to climate equity, livability, and professionalism, and the professionalism you've shown even when there's been give and take on items I know that you all care deeply about. I will forever appreciate the support and the effort you have all put in to make Missoula an even better place to live. And I hope that in your careers, being part of this process is one of the highlights you'll look back on proudly, because I'm proud and grateful for how much you've given all of us to get to this point. And with that, Mayor, I want to thank you for stepping into this and embracing it with open arms and making sure that this conversation, while sometimes, bumpy, has gotten us to a place where I think this community's going to be proud of our efforts.
Thank you, President Nugent. That means a lot. I will just say briefly how honored I am to be sitting here with you all today. It's just, some years ago, well, 7, 8 maybe now, several of us sat on the other side of that wall as part of Mayor John Engen's affordable housing steering group. And we were developing a place to call home, which is the city's housing plan, our housing strategy. And one of the things that we were talking about, but really felt out of reach politically, and for so many other reasons, was really digging in and changing our land use regulations. Title 20 that we've referred to so many times tonight, and which you will be voting to change here shortly, had recently been adopted. Not so long before that, but my colleagues at Homeward at the time had participated on that steering group. And it also was a thoughtful and thorough process by our community. And so it is just very meaningful to be here today to see us where we are, where we really have jumped in as a community with 2 feet, our full bodies, in really learning what some of the limitations and challenges and barriers have been to creating the kind of vibrant community that we all really want, both now but decades from now. And then doing the hard work to get to the point where we are today. It's saying the obvious here that Missoula is facing what many Western communities are facing, which is not enough homes and therefore rising housing costs. And while this plan focused much on opportunities for bettering residential outcomes, it did so for businesses and commercial too. It does so to meet our climate goals. It helps us reach our equity goals. It helps us reach goals to better address our infrastructure needs, because like every other community, we have greater and greater infrastructure needs, both existing infrastructure and new infrastructure. And when we can think about how development plays into that equation, we can become a more sustainable community. And ultimately, that's one of our main goals. Our response to this situation was bold. We were asked by the community to carry this out, a comprehensive plan, and we align that community vision with the rules that shape how new homes and businesses will be built. So as you know, the Missoula Land Use Plan, we referred to it many times tonight, that was adopted in December of 2024, set that direction. And what you all will be voting on here shortly is really what the Unified Development Code is, what puts that into action. More homes in more places, distributed across our neighborhoods, and clear rules that reduce costs and uncertainty. And we've said it many times here tonight, but we are not done. This is phase one. And I heard a laundry list being, started around the horseshoe tonight, and we will add more to that list as we implement this Unified Development Code. But we have really done something, I think, monumental with this process. I bet more people in Missoula know more about land use planning and zoning than most average citizens in most communities do. And that is fantastic, because an engaged and educated public helps us create a healthier community. We've talked a bit about what phase two will encompass, and it'll be a lot, of course, but it will include refinement on what we learned through implementing phase one, and then a deeper dive into several specific issues like how we plan for sensitive lands in the urban core and in the city of Missoula. So I'll just say that Missoula is choosing to meet the urgency of housing affordability and attainability with this follow through with the Unified Development Code. And we did it with you all and people watching tonight and those that are not watching, with our community through hundreds of conversations, years of conversations, hard questions, and real trade-offs. One thing that we have talked about internally quite a bit, and some of you have remarked on this, is that this is not a one and done, and this isn't going to solve every issue. All right, so I'll say development takes some time. How markets take some time. There's a global economy that is also functioning outside of decisions that we make here in Missoula. So all of these things will continue to be taken into consideration as we see how this plays out and how this is implemented. But we will keep our commitment to keep listening, to keep learning, to keep measuring outcomes, reporting out that, and keep improving this code so it delivers for Missoulians. And I want to start by thanking all the Missoulians that have participated in this process. So many folks in the general public, so many different organizations that I'm going to name a few, and I think these are the majority, but I'm probably at risk of leaving somebody out here. Common Good Missoula, Pro Housing, our Missoula Consolidated Planning Board, our Missoula Community Advisory Group, the Missoula Organization of Realtors, the Missoula Chamber of Commerce, the Missoula Midtown Association, and so many more took a very active role. Some of them invested their own dollars to double check our work. And that is great. That's wonderful. People were very committed. Neighborhood councils. Folks have been engaged in this seriously, significantly, and genuinely for years. I too want to share my respect, admiration, and appreciation for the staff of the city of Missoula. Aaron Pehan, you and I were in that room together on the other side of that wall talking about this someday, but it really seemed like it was far off at that point. And so it's really awesome to be here with you today. And the rest of the staff who across every department have dedicated time and energy to this effort. And then to you, City Council, for spending so much incredible time, energy, thoughtful conversation to get where we are today. Councilman Nugent, your leadership with the Land Use and Planning Committee, from the moment you came onto council, you have had this in mind as the goal that we need to achieve in order to make real substantive difference for folks that are living and working in Missoula, and thank you for that. You've been dogged in that perseverance, and I very much appreciate partnering with you in this work. I'm excited to see where we go. This is your plan, Missoula. This is your plan. And so with that, I think we could probably do a voice vote, but we're not going to do that. We're going to do a roll call vote because I have a feeling I know how this is going to go. But Claire, I think with this, we better do a roll call vote and get this on the record. We're ready for a vote.
Should we start with the UDC?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Right. It's not just one vote. That's right. Well, we'll start with the top of the list, which is item 6.1, amendments to the Our Missoula 2045 land use plan.
Second. All right, beginning with item 6.1, the amendments to our Missoula 2045 land use plan, beginning with Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
McCoy.
Yes.
Nelson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Taunton.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
And Krask.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
All right. 2 more to go. Thank you.
Great. Moving down to item 6.2. Beginning with first motion, the city council to adopt an ordinance establishing Title 22, the City of Missoula Unified Development Code. Beginning with Jordan.
Yes.
McCoy.
Aye.
Nelson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Taunton.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Krask.
Yes.
And Jones.
Yes.
And that also passes unanimously.
1 more.
All right, final vote, this item. Item number 2, the city council to adopt an ordinance establishing a new City of Missoula zoning map as attachment B. Beginning with McCoy.
C.
Nelson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Taunton.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Krask.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
And Jordan.
Yes.
And that also passes unanimously. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for your votes. Thank you for your time. Congratulations. Woo. Well, I'd like to say we're done for the evening, but council, we are not. If folks are ready to head out, understandable. Thank you so much for being here with us to witness history and to witness this moment here in Missoula. I really appreciate your participation. Look forward to more conversations going forward. Yeah, absolutely, you bet. Thank you. Thank you. Give folks just a second to clear out, and then we'll get started. Yeah, all right. So we're still in session. We have the majority of council here at the Horseshoe. I know we might have some taking a bathroom break, but I'll just keep working through these agenda items. Number 7, new business. We have none. Next, which is the consent agenda. We have a lengthy consent agenda. A lot of business was done in committees. I don't know how y'all got all this work done when all you've been talking about is the Unified Development Code, but somehow you did. So, it's, Claire, when you get a chance, if you could share that on screen and walk us through all 13 items, that would be great.
All right. On this evening's consent agenda, we have a motion to approve accounts payable or claims for checks dated February 3rd, 2026 in the amount of $1,356,853.52. We have a motion to confirm Officer Jerry Rodney as a police officer for the city of Missoula. We also have a motion to confirm Nicholas Stoller, Matthew Santos, Loy Bink, Jacob Glauser, Vince Sobrick, Morgan Midovich, Caden Venters, Grady Venters, and Zachary Wolf as firefighters per MCA 7-3-4122. We have a motion to set a public hearing for February 23rd, 2026 to consider the resolution for the fourth quarter fiscal year 2025 budget amendments to the annual appropriations. We have a motion to confirm the mayor's appointment of Melissa Matassa Stone to the Parking Commission to fill a vacated term beginning immediately and expiring on April 30th, 2027. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to award the bid for the Cherry Poplar Alley Water Main Replacement Project to the Three Rivers Land Works at a cost not to exceed $494,154.22 and authorize the return of bid bonds. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to approve the bid award to RLC Enterprise for the Woodford and Myrtle Phase 1 Water Main Replacement Project at a cost not to exceed $836,053.65 and to authorize the return of bid bonds. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to award the bid to Knife River for the Ivy Franklin Phase 2 surface project at a cost not to exceed $698,699.67 and to authorize the return of bid bonds. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with IMEG for construction engineering services on the Ivy Franklin Phase 2 surface project at a cost not to exceed $95,200. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to award the bid of the base bid and bid alternate number 1 for Eaton Street Phase 2 right-of-way improvements project at a cost not to exceed $1,608,875.97 and to return and authorize a return of bid bonds. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement amendment number 3 with IMEG for consulting services on Eden Street Phase 2 projects at a cost not to exceed $170,960. We have a motion to approve the resolution ordering in sidewalk, curb, gutter, and alley approach improvements without the creation of a right-of-way improvement project for public infrastructure improvements adjacent to miscellaneous parcels in the city for the 2025 project year as established in the resolution Exhibit A. And finally, we have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the professional services agreement with Morrison Merrily to update PLC hardware at the wastewater treatment plant at a cost not to exceed $100,700.
All right. Thank you very much for walking us through that list. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda this evening? Not seeing any in the audience. Okay. How about online? Okay. Not seeing any online. See a couple of hands raised. Councillor Campbell, do we have any councillors that wish to separate any items? Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. No separation necessary, but I'd like to speak briefly to 9.4.
Okay, that sounds great. We can do that prior to the vote. And Counselor Anderson, did you have a desire to?
No separation, just wanted to comment.
Great. All right, that sounds great. Counselor Campbell, go ahead and provide your comment now before we take our voice vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. So I had question from committee on this item last Wednesday about some of the line items for the MRA segment of budget adjustment having to do with tax delinquency on a number of different amounts. And I inquired with Ellen Buchanan MRA this morning and discovered that what these are in fact revenues to the Missoula Redevelopment Agency in terms of just people within the URDs being delinquent or taxes and finally receiving those taxes, and hence the money is now allocated to MRA from those folks that have failed to pay their taxes. So my initial impression this came out that we were somehow delinquent, but that's not the case at all. It's we're receiving finally funds, or MRA is based on people paying their taxes, albeit late.
Thank you for providing that clarification. Appreciate that. And Counselor Anderson.
Yes, thanks so much. Well, I have little biographies on all of the new, I'm joking. So many, I actually do have my notes from when we did the interviews, and I'm not going to go through them. I'm just going to simply say that, I realize there's very few press column inches left available, but the 9 that we are confirming tonight are the firefighters that were hired with the directly because the levy was passed. And so and they have been on the job for over a year and providing greatly needed capacity to the overall system. And they have done an outstanding job, and they have been just exemplary in their ability to get all that comes with being a firefighter managed, as well as being really participatory in the community. They volunteer, and I could go on. I'm not going to because it's late, but I just want to call out and say thank you to the community for voting for that levy. We were able to hire 9 really amazing firefighters as a result of that and confirm them tonight, which I'm honored to do. And we're also confirming a new police officer, Jerry Rodney, who comes to us, who is a lateral from Arizona, and so we are excited for him to join the ranks. And so again, another example of wonderful people who work for the city and have a calling for public service, and want to thank them for that.
Awesome. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for those comments.
The look on your face, Madam Mayor.
What's that?
The look on your
Yeah,
face.
I know. Okay, why don't we go ahead and do a voice vote on the consent agenda, please?
All right, voting on this evening's consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And that passes unanimously.
All right, great. Thank you so much. We do not have any business under regular business, and next up is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to make non-agenda comments? Okay, not seeing anybody in the audience here, and I'll just check online. I don't see any hands raised online either. So we don't have any additional public comment. And communications from the mayor, I just want to say I had a chance to go to the GOAT game, which is, I was like the what game? And yeah, Councilor McCoy witnessed me there. I survived it. I was a judge at the GOAT game, which is the 7th year. I know, right? I mean, get this. So this is the 7th year that our 3 high schools have this competition, but it's really about team spirit and around sportswoman and sportsmanship. And the basketball games are great too, but that's not necessarily who wins. A 5-panel judge, which I was one, there was a 3-point difference out of 500 total points between Hellgate High School and between Big Sky High School. It was that tight. It was unbelievable. I want to say congratulations to everybody. Big Sky High School did win, but boy, so did Hellgate. It was a tremendous experience. And if you've never been, it takes place in the Adams Center. And it's probably 5,000 people. It's really cool. It's good, wholesome community fun. So I would encourage folks to go, and I just want to congratulate those students, teachers, volunteers, and parents that participate. It's really amazing. It's super awesome. And why it's called the GOAT game is because the trophy is basically a spray painted goat, Gertie the goat. And she's metal. So if those students yank it out of your hands, clear the deck. That's my advice. All right, so just wanted to say congratulations again to everybody that participated. It was super awesome. All right, any council members want to speak tonight? Shocker over here. Oh, Councilor Anderson.
To continue with the good old-fashioned community fun, come support the Missoula firefighters at the Fire and Ice hockey game this Saturday at the hockey arena. First game starts at 6. There'll be beer to buy, raffles, tickets, silent auction, and all of the proceeds go to the Benevolent Fund, which supports firefighters if they are injured or passed. So
That's super awesome. Thank you
yes,
for the
another
reminder.
great community, wholesome fun.
Yes, it is. It's a good time. Thank you for that. That's great. Councilor McCoy.
I just want to add a little color to that story because the mayor was holding the GOAT trophy to present it to the winners. And despite multiple police officers and staff for the center, Adams Center, being in the way and told explicitly not to mob the person holding the trophy, once it was announced, I sent a text asking if she was okay because you were lost. You were gone and you couldn't see her anywhere. So I was like, I wonder if she survived that. It was a great evening. I go to a lot of basketball games, but that was a fun night.
Oh, thank you for that. And also the basketball games were great too. Close scores. Councilor Ponton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Davis. I guess I just have to give a congrats to my alma mater. I didn't know that they won a GOAT, but congratulations to Big Sky. And also just wanted to extend another welcome to Officer Rodney and the 9 individuals joining the fire department. Welcome.
Nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilor Nugent.
Miss Cheryl's had her hand up. She just doesn't have the computer on.
I'm just ready to go home, so I'm like getting ready to walk out. But I just wanted to remind everyone of that the documentary film festival is coming up, and there are some fabulous looking movies, and so just kind of be aware of it. Go see some.
Yeah, another great Missoula event.
I wasn't there on Saturday, but I commend you. We talked about this. I gave out that trophy once, and I thought I was going to die. Like they're just trampled, and like then somebody dropped it, and life gets complicated.
Yikes.
But I appreciate the highlight on that event because I think it's one of the cooler things that that the Missoula High School community does around sports, and I think it's a good thing for the community. So thanks for doing that.
Oh, my pleasure. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, with that, we are adjourned, I think still on Groundhog Day. Yep, 11:27 p.m. Woo!